Hello. It's time to ambient. The first thing I want to do right away is go ahead and get my ambient lighting actually properly set up. Really what I want to do, if we go here, I can look at out of there, scene forward clustered somewhere. And what is it? Somewhere around here. So here's a big thing, right? Ambient light times ambient occlusion. Mix ambient is one ambient light effect. But the problem starts there. Specular and diffuse light multiplied by ambient occlusion. Maybe specular actually makes sense, but diffuse light, no. If I were to remove this line, I would have the exact same effect that I've been looking for without the extra thing of having to have my own shader running in the background all the time. I would literally just have to comment this line out, use the standard shader material, and set my ambient occlusion to whatever I want. Right? Honestly, I'll say it, I feel like this is a mistake. Multiplying diffuse light by ambient occlusion is a mistake. It kind of doesn't make sense to me. Because when I think of realistic lighting models, ambient occlusion is essentially just a way to get around the fact that you have no geometry somewhere. It's a way to fake, it's kind of like normal mapping, but even a little bit simpler or something. I think it is just straight up a mistake to, if you have direct lights, you have high quality models, you have normal maps, there's no reason to multiply diffuse light by ambient occlusion. Because they say diffuse light, this really means direct light. Light that is happening because a light is shining directly on the object. So if I just take this off, I can just throw on an ambient occlusion, any material I can throw on the standard material, throw on an ambient occlusion texture, and it only affect ambient light and not direct light. They even do say, like 2 lines above, apply direct light ambient occlusion. Let me try to look for, before I go for this, their standard material. I mean, I'm guessing that is their standard material. Isn't it, actually? Because they call this scene shader. I guess let me go up to where they start running the fragment shader. Such a big shader, man. I mean, this has got to be a material shader, right? They have albedo, they have metallic, specular, roughness, clear coat, rim. Fog, a little weird, but let me try to locate exactly what I'm looking for though, because I guess I go to cabin. So currently I have this. Uses an ORM. ORM is like occlusion roughness metallic. Yeah, I got it. AO roughness and metallic. Ambient occlusion is in the red channel, roughness is stored in the green channel, metallic is stored in the blue channel. The alpha is ignored. Then we just have standard, where everyone has its own texture. So they have light effect, AO light effect, and AO texture. Is it? Yeah, it's effect. So they have it here. I kind of wasn't expecting to see that there. Huh. Wait a second. Convert ambient occlusion to direct light ambient occlusion? Wait, have I been... Amounts of ambient occlusion affects lighting from lights. Well, shit. Was the ceiling always that dark? Wait, why does it look like that? Why does the mesh show a preview of that guy, dude? The hell? So I may have potentially wasted a lot of time. I mean, the hell is going on right now? Okay, so that's what that looks like here. Now it looks like this. What the hell? What? Why does it look like that? I'm really confused about what's happening right now. So I'm gonna reload that. The ceiling was definitely just randomly too dark. And then when I zoom out to look at the outside, it's like there's like crazy, ridiculous light bleed happening out here. Yeah, what is going on? What is happening? Oh, is this the reflection probe? Oh, it was. How do I turn off a reflection probe for like one object specifically? How can I do that? Would I set the layer to like layer 2? And then I can turn it on? Does it not? No, it's still... Okay, so it is the reflection probe messing with that. How can I make it so it doesn't... What objects have reflections applied? Oh, reflections applied. Okay. So I guess I just take off one. And then I turn it... Whoops. Stop. Well, maybe it'll work now. Hey, there it is. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Alright, I've got it. I have figured it out. This will exist... Or, well, it's just on layer 2, because when I turn this... Well, wait, where is it? Turn it on. Good. Sweet. So, cull is what it sees. Yep. And then application is what it applies to. So let me say, let me start doing this. Oh, muzzle flash self-lighting editor only. Let me say this. Dude. What the heck, right? What are you doing? He just threw my pillow off the bed. He's never done that. Do it. Don't do it again. Good boy. That was funny. All right. He's trying so hard. Red. Stop. Good boy. he was trying to do it again. So let me say, let me make like layer 2. Because I think I want to split these off. I want to say, reflection mask is who it applies to. Color mask is who it reads from. So I want to say, I am seeing this muzzle flash self-lighting. I think what I want to do is I want to say, apply to layer 2, and then everything that I want to receive reflections from a probe renders to layer 2 and exists on layer 2. So layer 2 is like the probe layer, right? Yeah, because I want 2 different layers. I want it to read from 2 different layers here. This is a hard word for me. I never know which way this one goes. Yeah. Wait, is that? Yeah. Reflection probe show and reflection probe receive, right? So reflection probes only look at layer 2. And reflection is have reflections applied. We only apply to layer 3. Okay? Right. So then I would say everything that I want to show up on this probe should be on a certain layer. So then I would say cabin, the cabin mesh. Also, these can finally go away. I'm not using those, I think. Animation tracks? Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. There's no animation on this layer, on this scene. So cabin mesh. Dude, the zombie showing up there. So the cabin mesh is on layer 1 and layer 2, right? Okay, so if I reload, he should have shown up. Okay, well, apparently I didn't hit save on this, so. Interesting. So color mask is what objects are drawn. Reload. So why is this cabin... It's on show. Oh, and then light spheres, that's what I'm doing wrong. Dude, Dumb. We will show and receive. Show and receive. That's not even the right color. Okay. There we go. It's all set up now. Or I guess not. Wait, is it turned off right now? Oh my gosh. So dumb. What is that light? When it doesn't pick up the terrain, but it should pick up the terrain. So terrain needs to exist on layer 2. But it probably doesn't extend out that far. Actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, now you can see it. Alright, but that's fine. It's fine where it is. So I didn't have to do anything with the engine then? So why does it just feel like it's weirdly bright? It does seem oddly bright. I want to see if I can tell a difference between this. So that's what it looks like here. Shader material. Interior, and then cabin ambient. Okay. I guess it just kind of looks noisier. It looks noisier here. But then it looks really banded when I change it to the standard material. Like it's really banded. I mean, it's fine. It's definitely getting the result that I've been looking for. It definitely is. But yeah, it just looks banded. I don't like that it's banded. That could just be a texture thing that I can set. It would be with cabins somewhere. Would it be? Where is that texture? Model. Cabin texture. Cabin ambient. Gotta get this layout saved. All right, there we go. VRAM compressed, high quality, HDR. Not a normal map. Let me try that one. No MIPS. Please stop. No roughness. Stop. Re-import. Hey, there it goes. The banding went away. So I don't really know which one that changed. It was probably MIP maps that I changed. Yeah, it was definitely MIP maps. Stupid MIPs. Making my lighting look banded from 10 feet away. Cool. Fixed it. And yeah, good old zombie here. I can make sure he gets... His mesh goes on to show and receive here. Well, I mean, I guess technically he shouldn't show, but I'll take him off for show. Because that'll be for more, like, specific reflection probes that I know I'm gonna have, like a mirror, right? I'd put a reflection probe on the mirror, or I might even just have some other way of doing that. I don't even know. Alright, but do that. Hopefully he saves and doesn't... Alright, cool. He's really dark now. And then... It's so weird how that one just changes so much. I definitely want to get these to be updating like every few seconds or something. Oh, it's reflecting itself. It is quite bright in there, though. I don't know if that's supposed to be so bright. I mean, I guess it is just... Oh, I didn't want to pick up the gun. Dang it. I feel like the moon is really moving across the sky. I feel like the sun doesn't move that fast. Sweet. Totally dark in here? Yes. My gun does not receive, and it should. Purple world. Alright, so let me get through... I guess I'll just do a weapon every time I use it and notice it. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of stuff to set here. Layer 3. Alright, everything is now on layer 3. And then the mag mesh also needs to be put on layer 3. So that they will receive reflection probe lights. Yep. Although I definitely need to figure out the transition, but that's fine. It's whatever. I guess what I would do is just have I don't know if I should really be messing with it, but I guess the probe should really like fade in there. I wish they drew like a full box on this and not like just wireframe on the outside. Alright, how does that look when I walk in there? Yeah, that's acceptable to me, you know? I'm happy with that. As long as that still looks good and he still looks good. I'd say he even looks brighter now, weirdly. I still have to figure out this scope camera being like super blown out or something. I'm not sure what's going on with it. Okay. Cool. Man, I wish these errors like told me where they came from. No, not found sub viewport. Oh yeah, we don't track that one now. Okay, well that's something I can fix now. Yeah, it doesn't read. Doesn't do anything with sub viewport. Okay. Well, a couple errors fixed, I guess. All right. What do I have changed here? Because I think I can probably just use this now. What did I change in sky? Okay, well the radiance texture I definitely did need. The radiance texture I really did need. I need to make my own branch of this and like start committing it to GitHub. I'm gonna set that up right now. Actually. Sky radiance texture I definitely really needed. Oh, I said I only needed it because of my rendering thing. Was that all the changes I had to put in to get this method call out? Dang. Do I want the sky radiance texture? Do I still need that? I mean, maybe it's just a nice to have, but I guess I'm not using it now. If I'm not doing my interior texture shader. Because I'm pretty sure, I mean I'll double check, but I'm quite certain that ambient light takes on the radiance map. Quite certain of that. Yeah, I mean this is like turning purple, right? This is very clearly a different color than it is here. Very different color. Well, sunrise. Very nice. What time was this at? Yep, all the bones rotated. That's very cool. That is still annoying that just doesn't work. Actually, maybe the reason it doesn't work is because of its absolute insistence on the reset being a global, yeah. I click tree, then I click here, and then reset happens. So now, those look like zeros. Shall be very close to like a zero value. Something like that. Oh, I do have it on like a reset pose already. It's just a bunch of these have like a random single digit change. Well, some of them have a lot more than one, but... Okay, I hit save a bunch of times. I'm gonna look for bone 24 rotation to be 537765. 24 537765. 24 537765. Alright. Looks like the reset rotation is finally applying. Load steps, I guess that did change. So yes. 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 And all the bones. I'm at all but where I set the layer. We could probably accept the rest, but I'm going to be very tedious about it. Cool. Yeah, so I'm just going to commit this as a fix. Cool. Send that. So now I'm doing... Okay, well that one needs to also go away. I'll even hit save here just to see if it still is like running it. Cool, hey, it's not there. So HDR compression. Yeah, I want bitmaps to not be generated there, please, thank you. Setting those, and then putting everything on their layers. Maybe I should call it reflection probe static and reflection probe dynamic. Let me do that. Let me just call it reflection static and reflection dynamic. Right? Cool. So in theory, I could put... I would have a reflection probe that's set to like... or a custom one that updates more frequently. I guess not even frequently. Just if I know the probe is going to be involved in like something dynamic, then I can have it running that. Static probe receive, and then reflection dynamic. Get rid of that. Oh, and I was in the process of trying to figure out auto exposure for that. So it would only match the camera. But I needed to look at how to... I need to look at how to read that, right? Alright, so let me just start adding here. Force the debug spheres. And then the bolt mag mesh. Apparently I'm missing a lot of stuff there. And then I have to add this one dynamically or interactively because I have some stuff here, so split that. No. Yes. Okay. Just spam me with that, I guess. Sure. Yep. Oh. Well, I guess I also have to... I thought I hadn't committed this one yet, but I guess I did, so... One. Yeah, I mean... And then no, and no. Yeah. Okay. So cabin has that AO texture, center material. So yeah, pretty much kind of sucks. I can't waste my time there. Kind of sucks. I mean, it really sucks that I wasted my time with that when it was already there. I mean, like I said, I thought ambient occlusion was always applying to direct light as well. Oh well. I learned a little bit, at the very least. So I am just gonna add, from cabin, I'm just gonna add the fact that I put on these layers. Actually, I'm not even gonna add that at all from the cabin. Let's go back to 0.8. Time. So now it's just render layers. What even is that? What even is that, actually? That's on line 508. Oh, Turing 3D? Okay. What was it before? What was it before? Why is it so high? Why is render layer so high? I've only set 2 values. Interesting. Okay. I guess it does some debug stuff. What, did I slightly rotate this thing? Why is it like that? That's annoying. Like literally, did I actually like slightly rotate it by accident? Oh cool, it still wants to be at not exactly 0. I did slightly rotate it. Very dumb. And yeah, now those 2 zeros on the position are like e to the -11. This is... Godot, please, why do we do this? I might like literally go into the source code and find out where it does that stupid stuff and take it out manually. Because you can never set a 0 transform for some reason. It doesn't let you. It has to apply like literally the smallest epsilon value to its transform. I don't know, maybe that's necessary. Maybe there's some weird crazy thing where if the position of 2 objects is actually identical, then it like crashes. So they've made sure all objects are slightly offset from their parent no matter what. (13, 8, and 8 also. Cool. So what's changing cabin? Oh yeah, I was just not gonna send cabin yet. That one I will also actually restore. So I don't actually want to send that one yet. I just want to apply these values here. And that fix, of course. Cool. We'll send this. Actually, do I have project in there? Good. I asked, do I have project in there? I could have read it right here. Okay. Name layers used for reflection probes and Apply layer mask to some objects. And reflection probe. Probe. Okay. Now send that. And why do I feel like I had some other engine modification that I made? What else do I have? Is that literally just setting up the radiance texture? Do I really want to use that? Like I said, this is once before. If I want anyone to work on this, I have to be very careful when I make engine changes. And also it prevents me from upgrading smoothly. I can't just like say, download the new branch, hit build for double precision and then go. I'd have to manage anything that might have broken in between. But if now ambient occlusion just works exactly like I wanted, it only applies to ambient light and not direct light, and I can just use that texture. Yeah, I kind of don't need this. I guess it's fine to leave it. Maybe what I'll do is I will stash, and I think that should only put in the changed files. Stash, let me even say, how do I forget how to make a new branch. They've changed it recently. Just create branch. Check out -B. They say, I think they suggest to use checkout B. Yeah. Not this one. Just call it add sky get radiance. 4 war 1. Right. I think what I can do is I can change my upstream to somewhere else. Right. So I still want to keep this. Let me go to Godot itself. Just Godot. And yeah, I think you just click fork. Godot. What does this mean? Copy the master branch only. No, I want kind of everything. I mean, yeah, sure. Should only take a few seconds, indeed. Cool. So I should be able to actually wait, how do I pull a new branch? What, did I do that wrong? What if I go back here and click? Yeah, let me get rid of this. Let me try that again. I don't know if there's a way that I can. I mean, I'm sure I actually can get origin. Okay. So I would check out, just copy the branch name. Okay. Can I, do they allow me to run? I think I should just be able to change my upstream. Is there a way I can like run commands from here? Can I do that? Maybe go to branches. I don't know. I would like to pull in the branch. Okay. Well, back out of here and let me copy in git clone, and then I need to probably remember how to say where I want to store this file at. Here, there. Yeah, I definitely just wanted to type in CL. Clone directory. Okay, I just typed in the directory after the repository. Okay. That one, and then cool. I think I have to fetch the branch here, and then I can change, I can go back to the other directory that I'm on. I can just delete this one after I do that, and then go back to the other directory and change my upstream to this version. A gigabyte. Honestly, that's pretty small. I really do like how small Godot is. It's awesome. A gigabyte is super tiny for a game engine. One as robust as it is. I say robust, but then I have like a bunch of issues that I have with it, and then I realize they weren't real issues. Oh man. Let's go here. I think I just do. I don't have an. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, how do they? Hang on. That was just fetch. Wait, when we say upstream, what do we mean? From a project upstream. Do I say Olmec? Godot? Huh. I feel like this will probably just do nothing. Yeah. Oh, it's Godot. Duh. It's Godot engine, Godot. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay. I have to do this because I'm pretty sure I don't actually have the branches. I don't even have the names of the branches, I think. So I think this is what I have to do. So when I say check out upstream, it's gonna be like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Cool. That worked. And then say check out branch, and then I give it the name of the branch. Okay. Whoops. So I think that just means I pretty much do and then I tell it I want it from crap. Wait. Right. I think that's all I have to do. Is not a commit. Is not a commit. Can I just say upstream? Is not a commit. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to name this. I guess I can just say, I wonder if I can just copy that, honestly. Let me see if it handles that. It's not a commit. Okay. Tag. Did I try upstream? I think I can just call it this one. Just have to copy the commit hash. All right, how do I do this? What do we think? Remote add upstream? Okay. So I need to, I guess maybe I need to add the remote, right? Remote add upstream. That is something I know about. Remote add. Not that one. I'm just trusting the AI here for once because I don't remember how to do this. Hello, Wondrous Ninja. Was that easy? Can I just call it upstream now? No. What do we think about this? Really? I feel like I'm messing something up. It's not a commit. What about this one? Okay. Do I have to get the tags? Is that what I have to do? Fetch. Oh, that's what I did miss. I did miss that. Okay, now it's doing something. Well, they did change the upstream. Is that just gonna, like, override the whole repo? No, that should be fine. Maybe? Yeah. Okay. It's not technically a branch yet, so... Okay, switched. Now how do I send this? Maybe I can just do this, and maybe it'll go. Set up stream. I guess I'll just run this. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think it's gonna try and send it. Yeah, that's where I tried to go. Good. Matches more than one. I have no idea what that means. What do you mean more than one? Let's try that. Okay. Branch is no upstream branch. Matches more than one. Well, how do I tell it? Okay. Alright, forget that. I thought I could just like quickly fix it there. I cannot. I'm just gonna retry. Just gonna retry it here. Go back. Danger zone. Delete. Yes. Yes. They made this a lot more complicated. You just have to type in the name. What are you asking for? Password? What is it asking for here? Oh, I know what it's asking for. I'll be really quick here. Maybe. Maybe not also. Alright. Kinda quick. Alright. Try this again. I'll just clone it and clone everything. I thought I only needed the master branch. I don't know why I thought I needed only that one, but try again. I just need this so I can start pushing to here. Yeah, 441 stable. So this is a tag. I guess I can just make... Yeah, and let me do... Okay. Cool. And I'm going to change... Is it like get remote? Yeah, get probably remote. Set origin to mine. I guess I just do add origin and then force. Already, okay, well, how do I, okay. I really have to remove it. How do I know what it is? I don't know. On branch, cool. Let me switch back to... Let me do this. Let me switch to... here. Double check what this file is. It's just doing that. I mean, sure, that's fine. This like some custom stuff, but that's fine. I will add this. All right, and then, yep. Just run that. And hopefully it sends it to my version. Good, okay. And then I create, or I don't do that. What does it add? Add sky. How do I look at my branch list? Of course. Cool. Add all of that. Then I'll send this. Add method to get the sky radiance texture. Cool. So are we here now? Yep. Double, and then add sky radiance. And run should be here. Oh wait, did I actually mess that up? Run should be here. Alright, so let me... Why did that actually not copy? Get restore... What is it? Head 1. Get... this way? This way? That one? Okay. Get... No, that's AI. Don't do that. Don't give me that. Get reset hard? No. Because I need to keep my changes. Get revert. It was get revert head 1. Okay. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, this is not what I want. It's get reset. It is get reset. Why is version .py modified? Huh? I'm confused. Apparently going back 1 commit went back 2 commits? Well, I think because I had that right, I apparently already made the commit. Okay. Okay. Get full. Okay, why are we doing this? Get restore. Or is it get log? Yeah. Oh, maybe up to date with that branch. Okay. Go back one. There we go. Now I want to 441 double. Cool, still bringing my changes with me. Now, how do I delete a branch? I have to delete that branch. Dash D. Okay. Delete a branch. Now I want to properly check out my branch based on my current branch, which apparently that's not the default. Wow. Check out or create branch from current branch. Create a branch from another branch. My feature off of dev. That's okay. That's what I needed. Or is it? Yeah. Okay. Just check that run build is there. Awesome. Okay, now I'm finally done. And then I have to do a force push. Because we'll be overriding history with a new commit. Alright, did that work? It let me do it, so I'm sure it did. And then run, build, awesome. It's there. Is there a way I can see how the branches are set up? I mean, I guess not really. Oh well. It's there. It's saved now if I need it. But now I will be rebuilding Godot. So I don't have this sky radiance thing anymore. Because I've learned I didn't need it. And that's going to be a while, so I will be right back while this compiles. Whoa, OBS might be crashing. Is okay. Did that like... It says it didn't drop any frames. OBS was like crashing there for a second. Wow, it really can't handle this. Okay. I just want to show... I muted my microphone and I started talking. I hope it didn't look weird or do anything strange, because it looked like it was crashing while I was clicking stuff, but I will be right back. I am back. Ooh, we're almost done. Although this is probably the slowest step. There's Java in here? Java. Oh, probably Android. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, where's their Java? What even is this? Oh, it's very small. Yeah, it just loads. Well. Wait, what even is this? Hang on. What's a Godot activity? Assets? Well, it probably creates a file. When you build it, this is just like the default stuff. Weird. Cool. We done? Guess it's done. So I've removed something. I've removed a method call here, so I have to go through my code now and clean all that up. Yeah, pretty much just deleting. Deleting a bunch of stuff that I did before. Man. 1 second. Yeah, I mean, it's what I should have expected. Stuff is now a little bit broken. Close that. So dynamic day, line 561. So a bunch of this stuff I gotta take out now. So this is just setting all of that. Yeah, I don't think I need that. I think this is all interior doing this. Yeah, roughness. Yeah, it's all interior. So I can get rid of all that. Although I wonder if I should keep this. I don't know, this is weird. I'll just remove it for now. Okay, cool, go away. I'm not sure why I'm not getting any warnings about this. I got no errors, no warnings. Sky Radiance is now gone. I'm just gonna straight up delete interior. Delete. Light diffuse specular can stay. Although I still wonder why I'm doing that. Why I have the custom light function in there. I don't know. I think I only had it before because I was taking my directional light and I was applying some fade to it, but then I went back and applied that fade to the light directly. Because this really is essentially just doing the same thing that Godot already does. Right. Is the sky back? Cool. So I should go look at this commit that I actually added and see exactly what I did, so I can be sure that I've undone what I did. Interior ambient shader. It's all fine. That's fine. That's fine. So I just took this out and moved it into there, which is fine. That's fine. So these I need to take out. Texture array reflections. I can probably set that back to be... Well, actually I want that to be false because it looks just fine without it. And that's more expensive. So I'll take off my shader globals. Just remove those. Okay. Light spheres. Those are all just standard material. Bolt rifle had something changed there, which is interesting. That's a new file. A lot of things there. So sky intensity, I did change, but sky radiance I got rid of. So yeah, it was just those lines that I deleted. So sky intensity. Yeah, I don't have to do that anymore. That I want to keep. Yeah, just remove the whole shader. That I want to keep. Alright, it was really small. Won't be doing bolt rifle here. I got rid of those, I put on layer 3. Yeah, just deleting that. And then deleting that. Yeah. Scene cabin. Script and fader. Okay. Oh, I did have ambient energy times 0.6. So let me check if that's something I can modify here. I hope it is. I guess that's something I can mess with later. I did want to reduce how much... I mean, I guess it's not even something I should be messing with, really. But yeah, I would just mess with the texture. I would just change the texture and scale it down instead of... I mean, it would be nice to have the slider, but yeah, definitely the texture just needs to be re-rendered at some point and then made a little bit darker. And perhaps I would even render... I would set up my environment to be... not pure white either, because Blender comes with like a slightly less than pure white color. Okay. Yep. So yeah, it turns out AO accepts a parameter. To not include direct light. As part of ambient lighting. So I just needed that all along. Yeah, that's literally all I'm doing. So I keep staying, I can stay in the engine, I don't have to do any stuff. Any engine modifications, plus custom shader, which I would have to update to add like metallic and reflectivity and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, that thing straight up just picks a random size every time. So funny. Everything's still working. Moon still moves. Sun still sets. Changes color. The zombie is still absurdly dark in here compared to the white room he's standing in. Those spheres are ridiculously bright for some reason. I don't know why there's like two spot... Oh. Oh, the moonlight's fading in right now. That's what's going on. Yeah, cool. This looks good. Although it is, like I said, it's probably too bright. I would want to make this texture a little bit darker. I mean, okay, I say that, but that is, you know, missing the point where this house is like literally pure perfect white and it's absolutely reflective, which is why this guy probably looks super out of place during the day. And then I just feel like sky intensity isn't matching correctly anymore. I don't know why. It definitely says it's updating, but I just don't believe it. And I really feel like that moon moves too fast, but I don't know. Yeah, that reflection probe's gotta be updated. Or frequently, because it just gets randomly bright in there. And the next step is to figure this out. This, like, banding that's happening. Is it actually just because I turned off I did something. Have I sent? Am I clean? Yeah. Alright. Let me get the bolt rifle set. My task is now back to, I don't know, just bolt rifle scope. I wonder if I should, I was going to say, I wonder if I should even fix it right now, because it might break again later. But I'm pretty much there. So if it does break again, then it's because, you know, it's not because it's not because I fixed it too early, but because I just would have had another break later that would have been something different. Okay. So let me check out the viewports. Debanding is usually not on. Does that fix this? That's what I thought. Because I didn't have it on before, and it looked fine. And now I've turned it on, and now it doesn't look fine. Okay, I definitely need debanding, maybe? Maybe I should definitely have that, because I can see the bands. But also I think exposure. Something's definitely up with exposure. I can't quite figure it out. I really wish these textures would update correctly in the game as well. Because sky intensity would normally be at, I guess I can actually find out. Let me go to 0.85, start there, have this print the intensity it's setting to. Everything expanded again. We'll be looking for update lights. Sky intensity. Well, that's not really helpful, actually. This is what I would like. Alright, so 13550. That's not quite it. 13550. Down here. Okay. So this is the intensity of the sky. This should be... Okay, where's the moon? Wow, it's turned way far off. So this would be zooming to about 5. which I guess is right. If I zoom in closer, does this start exposing correctly? Wow, I gotta be zoomed in all the way to expose this correctly. Okay. So, does this mean I need to drop the sky intensity further? Would I instead drop it down to like zoom back in? Would I really need to drop it down to like 2,000? Or even 1,000? 2,000 feels right. What about 3? Overexposed. Because I have changed how exposure is happening, so it may just be that I need to actually... And I have also been feeling like the sky is way too bright for too long. So perhaps it is that my intensity curve is no longer very good. So... I mean, yeah, I guess I'll bring it down to 2,000. Let it drop to 2,000. Alright, and what does it want to set the target to? Set the target to here. Is it about 2,000? $8,000? Definitely still too bright, so... Purple. Alright, let me bring back all the printouts. Because I have to revisit this. So... I don't need the average color. That's fine. And then intensity... I think it's just going to be the same value that prints out there. Yeah. Alright. What do we think? What's our luminance? 1.6. So I did apply a transform before to luminance. I do this with my sun color. I essentially do, I run it through the gamma correct. Maybe I actually don't want to do that. Maybe I want to leave it how it is. Alright, well, let me go back to like let me go back to noon. It should be pretty bright. See what my max is now. .75. Okay. Now I think 0.8 is probably sunset. Yeah. I could set my luminance maximum. No. I think this might finally be a time where I just have to like actually mess with the curve so that it drops a little bit faster. And instead of being linear, because it should be dimmer right now. You know, I'll just watch the moon all night. Yeah, it's definitely just widening out really, really hard. So it needs to drop a little bit faster. At least the moon is. But I think even if the moon is exposed correctly, the rest of this should all still be exposed correctly. So I have to watch both and make sure both are staying together. So yeah, also let me turn debanding back on for this. It does need it. Okay. I don't know, let me just try setting it to 2. See how that works. I also need to get it set back to 30,000 so that I don't have this really strange jump in brightness. I guess ideally I would just stand here looking at the moon and then keeping the cabin in my line of sight as well. Okay, so it's gonna drop even faster. Dang. I wonder if I can reduce the FOV of the exposure and somehow get, when you zoom in on the moon, to get your overall exposure to drop as well. Also, I just don't get why these black lines are like turning orange and white. That really doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it feels too intense still, so... Man, I really wish they just let you type in a value. Oh, wow, you can. Wow, okay. Well, there we are. I figured it out. Maybe it's just that I need to actually change the moon itself. Maybe it's really just that the brightness of the moon itself is too low or too high. That could be a different thing. Yeah, it's already widening out again. So... I don't know, maybe I do just need to, like, have it drop faster. A stronger curve. Let's do 5. And I probably may need to not have it be an exponential curve, but a gentle transition curve. Because the real problem may not be that this is... It may also be the fact that just because the light level of the whole scene is dropping, that the moon necessarily has to get really bright to match. Because everything is going to get really, really dark, so that makes this problem kind of even worse, in a way. Oh wait, the moon's coming back. Because I really don't like that I have to keep like turning this curve sharper and sharper. I don't really like that. Let me see about an ease in out. And then this would be like a -4 value. Let me see about this. Because it'll still stay bright when the sun's going down, but then get dark very, very quickly. So it'll stay bright while the sun is out, which is preferable. The sunlight will start to go away. Because, yeah, I need to also consider the fact that there's still technically sun shining. Oh, the sun's faded out and I almost didn't even notice it. And now at this point, I want it to drop really, really sharply. I just feel like that looks really, really bad. I feel like I should definitely have an exposure FOV, because if I think about reality, on full moons, you can go outside and look, kind of glance in the direction of the moon, and it looks like this. It is just totally white. And you have to stare at it and really kind of squint your eyes for a few seconds to, like, you know, for your eyes to focus on it. And then you can finally see the image of the moon. So this is honestly worse. I would say this result is worse. I like this less. Than like a curve of, I don't even know. What should I do here? One thing that could fix this is definitely to have a better an auto exposure, like field of view. So if I look at the moon, it will really prioritize stuff that you're looking directly at. So I guess just let me see if that's something I can configure at all. Not really. Yeah, there's nothing here for that. Okay. So now what I expected to do all along was look at how auto exposure is calculated. And then I quickly hit a roadblock because this value was never read by anyone, which was really weird. Like, not even practical or physical reads this. And perhaps that just means I need to look at the code myself. Auto exposure enabled. Set auto exposure enabled, update auto exposure. Okay. That's where I would want to go then. Yeah, update auto exposure. Wait, I'm searching for auto exposure enabled, right? Yeah, GitHub just doesn't show it to me. Yeah, these two are the really important things here. Camera attributes set auto exposure. Alright, so camera attributes set auto exposure. So I'm not looking at glow. Auto exposure scale. Is this the line I'm looking for? Over auto exposure scale. Luminance multiplier. Source auto exposure texel fetch. Source auto exposure. Uniform if glow use auto exposure. Okay. Set one binding 0. Wait, how am I supposed to find this? Wait, what? No way. Why does that not show up? Who provides this and where does it come from? Because it's just reading from this texture, it's not writing to this. I don't see any writing to this. Maybe I search for flag use auto exposure. And I might be able to find where we bind it. It does receive a luminance multiplier, so it has to be here. U exposure texture. U exposure texture. Or just exposure texture. Okay. Where does exposure texture come from? Exposure texture is luminance get luminance buffer. Okay, who writes to it? Nobody, apparently. Exposure texture. It is coming from here, is where I see this. Luminance get current luminance buffer RB. That's just the render. Wait, render what? B? Okay. Well, I need to find this. Get current luminance buffer. RB luminance buffer. You know, I wonder if this is a project setting. Because it could be. Environment. Nothing there. Lights. Let me search for luminance. Exposure. Auto. Alright, I'm just gonna look through every single renderer setting. Directional shadow. I wonder how much... I think I already tested that. Yeah, that one's already kind of set. Samples take when using important sampling for sky and reflection probes. Okay. Why don't they have anything for auto exposure? I feel like that's something you would really want to configure. You want to be like, yeah, I really want you to like prioritize the center of the screen more than the outside of the screen. Okay, well, I got nothing from there. Let me look at, was it source exposure? Yeah. Luminance reduce raster. Let me see what this does. Does this just, does it write to anything? No, it's just doing fetches. Luminance. Is this how it... No, it can't be. Or maybe it is. This formula should be more accurate, but gave an overexposed result when testing, leaving it here so we can revisit it if we want. Okay. I think I see what this is doing. Also, the two main functions is super weird. I guess this is like you define vertex and you say main, and then you define fragment and then you get that. Gave an overexposed result. If first pass. Destination position, source position, UV. Source color divided by, what is that? Minus. What is that? Is that just the... Is that a distance function? It looks kind of like it, but it's not exactly it. That's like Manhattan distance or something. That's what that looks like to me. Yeah, that's weird. But I don't see anything here that could imply also I've like lost what this is called. Source auto exposure. Copy. Exposure is fetch. Subpass. Yeah, this is what. Oh, if not defined, subpass. Okay. All right, so I don't see what that does. Whoops. Luminance reduction. Step. What is that? Uses auto exposure. Tone map. I guess the tone map has to read the exposure as well. Does anyone else do something like this? No? Oh, wow. Okay, so this should be the spot then that I do something with swap final reduce with previous luminance. That's a long line. Like, I actually got to zoom out for that. Whoops. Is this, yeah, cool. Sorry, I was just trying to make sure I remembered how to zoom in and out and reset the zoom. Get luminance buffers. Auto exposure version. So I guess if the exposure version changes, we just like wipe it and we say, all right, we're just going to start over. Maybe? Camera attributes get auto exposure adjust speed. Times time step. I guess that's just the, yeah, that's just speed. The minimum exposure. Min sensitivity, and then the max, and then it runs luminance reduction, which does something, and then exposure scale, redraw request. So I'm guessing it's this luminance reduction function that actually runs luminance buffers. What's luminance buffers? Oh, luminance get buffers, which is a luminance buffer. Render RD luminance. So I think I want to find, what is it? Luminance reduction. Here I am. That line is still so long. So I'm going to assume here's somewhere we ask about the version change. Maybe not. I mean, I see version written here, but for some reason that doesn't seem like the same thing. Okay. Swap current with reduce right. I don't even know. So prefer raster effects? What does that even mean? Prefer raster effects? So what do? We set our constants, we assign max, the min, and then adjust. Luminance should be the, yeah, just the sensitivity. Source size, destination size. Bind uniform set. Uniform set. Luminance reduce raster pipelines, get render pipeline. Uniform set cache. What's our oh, there it is. For our shader. Oh, they just have one texture. If final draw list bind current texture. Draw list draw 1 3. What does that mean? 1 3. This one then uses a compute list, which is probably what really happens, but I assume it's just gonna be the same thing. Okay, it's a little bit complicated. I mean, this seems better. Like better code, like code that would be running. Still the same thing. We have a source texture on the first pass. Then we add a barrier so that we wait for it to complete before we continue. And then if we're on the last one, we give it current texture. I'll just set to position to something, I don't even know. Luminous buffers current. Otherwise we have this intermediary, which we are just doing nothing. Oh no, the last one we give it the current texture as well. How do we tell it which one it's on? Reduce read and reduce write. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing reduce re just starts it off, and then from there we would be doing just reduce pipelines. Let me see if I can find these pipelines. Pipelines. Okay, well, what file is this even on? Render RD effects, shaders effects. Or not quite. Right. Server is rendering render RD effects. Effects. Okay, cool. Just, I got nothing out of that one. Alright. How many lines do we have here? Oh, it's not very many. Okay, so I'm gonna assume we're not there. Prefer raster effects. Maybe I should search this. Okay, who even, like, decides this? Can use storage. Can use storage, of course. Can use storage. Does that just mean like you can create textures? Render buffers can be storage. True. Render scene RD. True. So it's just mobile. Mobile can't, but everyone else can. Okay. So we pass in true to use raster effects. Oh no, not true. Good old while true. Wait, I was looking at pipelines. For raster effects is going to be not true, which is false. So we get down here. Oh my gosh. Man, I don't know what's up with it. So luminous reduce modes, we have a retexture, nothing, and then right luminance. So we're not looking at pass. So for I is less than luminance reduced max, pipelines is what? What? Luminance shader, read texture, write luminance. What? I'm a little confused. Shader initialized. Luminance reduced modes. I'm a little confused. Because it looks like it just sets it all the time. Okay, but anyway, I'm just gonna open a new tab here. Okay, well actually I want to look at this. They define right luminance. So I'm gonna look for define right luminance. Or if right luminance. Cool, here we go. This is it. If def right luminance. This is our compute shader. Retexture. Texel fetch. Block size. Group memory barrier. Really? Compute rect size, block size. So image load. Temp data. Wait, what? Temp data T. Am I missing something? Where is temp data defined? Temp data. There it is. Shared. Okay. That was really hard to see. Block size 8. Okay. So we get 64 floats. So we read in the max between every value, I guess. And then that's for read. And then we wait for everyone to catch up. And then we say do while size is greater than 1. So 64 if t is less than size. T is our position, I guess. Temp data t plus temp data t size. Okay, I think I get it. I think I get what it's doing. It's basically taking my whole group and just adding it into one pixel, right? That's what this does. T is our XY coordinate. Yeah, we're reducing it down to that one pixel. We're basically taking 64 pixels and adding them all up into one pixel. Although I am maybe a little confused why we have to wait. Wait, no, I get it. We wait for everyone to read their pixel. So the whole group reads 64 pixels. Saves them to temp data. Basically, sync my memory and then wait. And then if t is less than size. I feel like I don't quite understand this yet. I think I get the idea of what it's doing, but I don't quite see how that actually works yet. Ooh, t is 0. Okay, this is where it's interesting. If I am the owner of my block, right? Or maybe not, I guess. T is y times block size plus x. So t is only going to be 0 for local size. Oh, I get it. So it's like we do 64 executions of this for an 8x8 area. Everyone reads the pixel. Everyone writes their pixel to data. And then everyone does something here, but then the 0 guy, the guy at 0, takes his pixel and then averages it out to the size. And then if we're previous, we do something here and then we clamp ourselves to minimax. So this bit I'm not quite understanding yet. I think it just means that everyone writes everyone adds their value to 0, right? But it seems strange. If t is less than size, is the idea that it takes their rows? So if I'm at 64, in my spot, I would write, or no, I shift it down one. So if I'm in the last row, yeah, it looks like it's doing the guy at the start of the row, takes in all of his stuff and writes it to this pixel. Something, it does something here. I get what it's doing. Like I said, I probably taught it 2 or 3 times now. I get what it's doing, but I don't understand how it's doing it. It is adding every pixel together. across the whole screen. What I would really like to do is not get the luminance of the whole buffer though. I mean, there's clearly some kind of FOV applying here. So if I walk in, stand here, there's no FOV applying here. As soon as that's in view, it's like exposing everything out. I have to look quite far away from it. Dang. And time is going by quickly, so it's getting really dark really fast. So there's no FOV applying to this. I really would like to consider the fact that there's a center of the screen, which means more than just doing all of this. What I can do is does that work? I was thinking of like basically taking a texture and like a vignette texture and just pasting it on top of the screen, and then the luminance reduce would operate on that. So it would consider the middle of the screen more than the outside of the screen. Let me see if anyone's had this question, I guess. Well, what I could literally do is have a second camera that renders just the luminance buffer, and I copy the exposure from that. I mean, that doesn't really work, honestly. I'm kind of stuck with this because I believe what this does is it basically renders your scene, and then it runs this on top of that at the end, and then it it just renders the thing, and then let me figure this out. So we run luminance reduce. Luminance reduce happens. When I say luminance reduction, this is what happens. It does this. And in fact, it actually runs the compute shader, right? Because we are on false. We dispatch our threads. Compute list end. So let me open, I guess I can do it here. Actually, no, I won't do it here. New tab, please. Luminance reduce. Gosh, what is this called? Luminance reduction, of course. It is only called here. This happens when? Depth texture. Oh wait, post-process and tone map. Okay, this is post-process. So this gets me... Internal texture is just the whole frame at this point. Render buffers get luminance multiplier is probably what I need to look for. Get view count if I is 0, so I guess we uses auto exposure, luminance texture, get current luminance buffer. That's glow. So tone map, exposure texture. Okay. Exposure, tone map, exposure texture. So I really gotta dig deep for this one. Okay, exposure texture, U exposure texture. So it just finds it here and then runs it. So that's after running the reduce. I think what I can do then is just perhaps one way to fake this effect is to use, just like I said, just put, like, literally put a vignette on the camera before I run post-process stuff. So then when it reads luminance, it's actually looking at, it's getting dark pixels over here, and then it's getting really bright pixels in the center. Which I guess technically drives down the average. Doesn't it? Does that drive down the average? I mean, it would. Yeah, that's not really an FOV thing. What am I looking for? Tone map. Here. Source auto exposure. Yeah, it just reads texel, which is just an individual pixel. So I guess this means what I can do is I can modify my luminance reduce shader to consider more of the center of the screen. Maybe even look at raster. So we have raster just runs the same thing multiple times. So first pass, we read in the brightest value. Out luminance is quite interesting, I think. How does it read this? How do you read this? You have to give it like a value, right? Or you have to tell it, here's where I want the output of this to go. View current texture. Right? You have to somehow tell it where you want the thing to go. Yeah, this is weird to me. I don't... Location 0 out, float. Oh. Wait, no, what? Out. Wait, how does that work? Is that just setting the color? No, we're setting a float. How does this work? Maybe it's somewhere up here. No. We just tell it to run its stuff. For raster, how does it... How do we get the result out? How does he get the result? Wow. It's, I mean, it should be here. Oh, wait, exposure adjust? No. Is that where it gets written? Set 1. It's a compute shader. Where? How do I get the float out of this? It says out height. Is that just the color? Is that really it? Luminance raster. It does say fragment. Is that how you define the color? Location 0 out is color. And in is UV? I guess, actually, I guess so, right? Okay, I get it. Oh, this is really weird because, yeah, okay, I get it. Final pass reads in, or does it? This is doing some extra stuff on top of that. I feel like it's also like reading in a history. Okay, I don't know. But I don't really need to worry about that one, honestly. I was just trying to understand that one better, in case I may need to modify that one as well. But what I really want to do here is, I guess essentially scale it so that pixels near the middle of the screen are more important than pixels near the outside of the screen. My first thought is just doing a sine function. But that can't really work. I would have to do like a sine 2 or something so that everything still adds up to 1, I guess. Maybe I can look up something about auto exposure. Let me just look up auto exposure. How would you do this? I'm gonna look it up on YouTube. Because I would really like to know. What you might do for this. Okay. I'm seeing some stuff. Essentially, it's kind of the idea that I had. I just set a smaller FOV for the auto exposure. So, all right. I was thinking I might want to use a sine function so I can at least include the whole scene. I could also just crop it to like the center third. Which that might be the play. Crop your auto exposure to the center third of the screen. Is there any way I can tell it? I mean, not really. It's still gonna read the whole screen. Perhaps what I could do is, and also if I just draw like if I just crop it, that also means that really bright lights just outside are not gonna be affected. And then you look ever so slightly closer, and suddenly, bam! It reads that really bright texture, that really bright pixel, and starts exposing really harshly. I feel like I need to do more research on this. before I do something that I really don't like. I'm just going to start here. I'll make this my starting point. That's all good. Then I have a ton of stuff open here. I'm just going to start with this. Try to figure something out. He actually had a different video that I was looking at. Let me go back here. That's some sound. Reshade shaders. Because yeah, he's essentially just dragging this box around, and that defines the exposure level. Give you a circular average luminance indicator with a linear progress bar. Reshade shaders. Also, where's that other video? I mean, I guess that's just my thought. I need to really look this up. I mean, I know how it works in games, but I'm just trying to find a starting point, really. One sec. So I gotta drink some water. Wow. I gotta drink some water. Okay. Standard approach. Automatic exposure in games is a pretty old concept. It was a must-have feature for HDR lighting pipeline. Standard approach to compute scene's geometric mean of luminance, log to average, and map it to some key value. Then we multiply all pixels by exposure, add tone mapping, color grading, gamma. Oh man. To be more artist friendly, we should let them tweak all automatic exposure parameters in EVU instead of raw luminances. Place key values with constant 18%. Middle gray, and add EC for manual exposure biasing. Input a physically based camera by parameterized exposure equation using camera aperture, shutter. Sure. Center weighted metering. Simple average metering is rarely used in real cameras. Usually the center of the screen is most important for the viewer and should be well exposed. We can take into We can take it into account by metering the smallest circle in the center of the image. In the small circle in the center of the image, or giving more influence to luminance located in the center of the screen. Are there images I'm missing here? Not really. Histogram. Unfortunately, using either the averages as described above has its issues. Small, dark, or bright spots can strongly influence the average. For example, if a player hides behind a dark tree, metering will result in very low average scene luminance, and as a result will overexpose the entire image. Furthermore, we usually don't want to expose for some kind of average lighting condition, so we want to expose for the dominant one. And the solution here is to use histogram, so we can adapt to some kind of median luminance instead of average. Valve used that approach for Half-Life 2 for Episode 1. They calculated one histogram bin per frame using occlusion queries and built the full histogram on the CPU side. We can easily and efficiently build a histogram using a compute shader. With a compute shader, a single texel can influence 2 nearby bins by some fractional amount. A single texel can influence 2 nearby bins. Okay. The entire EV step with just a few log 2. 64 bins, we can cover a large range of 16 steps, and 128 bins are enough to cover an entire range of real-world exposures. Sliding histogram, just like we pre-expose the image, multiply shader outputs by adaptation from a previous frame, we can store HDR data without any precision issues. Scene pre-exposure was also introduced by Valve. I think they already do this, right? They take the previous. Computing the histogram, we skip a large percentage of the darkest pixels. After computing the histogram, we skip a large percentage of the darkest pixels, a smaller percentage of the brightest pixels, and calculate the average from the remaining ones. Metering this way stabilizes automatic exposure and helps to focus on something important. Exposure compensation determines whether the exposed image will be relatively dark or bright. A dark room with closed shutters, after opening the shutters, sunlight enters the room and lighting becomes at least a few EV steps brighter. Expect the final image to also become brighter, but automatic exposure tries to maintain constant final image brightness, and the image will look almost the same as before opening the shutters. As a rule, we want to have a darker image in low light conditions and a brighter image in high light conditions. This way, viewer has a clue as to how bright the lighting is in the current scene. To account for this, empirically specified key values for several luminance conditions and fitted a simple curve. L is our luminance. Or is this... They say key value, but then they say EC on the y-axis. This curve may be a bit too extreme for games. A high key results in a really bright image, but we can just roll our own function, or even better, allow us to exposure compensation curve directly. Effects and translucence. Yeah, this one up here looks crazy all the time. Also, luminance of particles for various times a day while using real-world enormous ranges of luminance values for lighting. Effects artist wants their effects to be well visible and have some glow in direct sunlight. At the same time, they shouldn't be overblown in full moon. 0.25. Right. Yeah, it just looks way too bright all the time. Here it looks fine. I guess there it looks fine. This is insane looking. And then this is, of course, not very good. I guess this is like exposed for day and then exposed for night. So it just looks Like here, like, oh, this is what I want it to look like in day, and this is what I want it to look like in night, but these are the results of either. Unit debug message, unlit debug message are like transparent lines, planes of the message should maintain constant brightness on screen despite varying exposure and scene lighting. Applying manual exposure offset per time of day. Okay. That is something I noticed with Godot. Godot does it really badly, and I think it's probably why I get these artifacts from exposure, where the gizmos are over bright. Right, like the blue and the red here are like white and pink. And then the green turns yellow. It's really not correct, right? This is what it should look like: green, blue, red. And when I go up here and I take all those pixels out, then it's like super overblown. Unlit debug message like transparent lines, planes, and other editor meshes should maintain constant brightness on screen despite varying exposure and scene lighting. After the HDR pipeline, but most have to go through the HDR pipeline in order to get proper translucent sorting. This is something I noticed. Some effects like weapon muzzle flashes or explosions shouldn't influence automatic exposure. As a rule, we want to adapt to something that's constant on the screen like fire particles, but don't want to adapt in temporary effects like muzzle flashes or explosions. Debug message also shouldn't influence automatic exposure, so it's possible to set up an automatic exposure in editor or draw a debug message without changing the final image's brightness. Yeah. Simple solution to both issues is to compute automatic exposure based on scene luminance just after the main opaque pass. This way we can skip all translucence, emissive, and debug message, and they won't influence automatic exposure. Feedback loops. We want to adapt to things like big emissive panels as marking such surfaces in gbuffer or stencil buffer. I want to see if he provides an example. Yeah. Different adaptation speeds, right? Use my pilots and possibly pirates used eye patches. Oh yeah. I tried doing this once. I heard that if you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to go to the bathroom or something, or it's just dark and you need to like turn on a light for a minute, you would just close one of your eyes while you do it, and then turn off the light and then open that eye, and now it's like you've basically maintained your night vision. It's really effective. Although it does look really odd because you kind of start seeing flat. You know, you lose a lot of depth perception because you're only going off of light from one eye now. So it's a little bit weird. But the other eye is still usually good enough that you get just enough of that depth perception back, but it still feels weird. Yeah. A single dominant lighting condition. Bucket light by tags. Lights by tags. Pick the most popular bin and use it for automatic exposure. RGB histogram, use it for automatic chrominance adaptation, which allows the human visual system to adapt to lighting of a particular color. RGB. Chrominance adaptation. That's kind of cool. Many cameras feature multi-zone metering methods for tracking moving objects. Track a moving subject and try to expose based on its luminance. Again, we have more focus. We have more information. We could extend this approach. We could expose based on important objects in a scene, like enemies, player, and third-person view, or predefined objects. So he's just kind of rambling. I mean, he links some stuff, but... Chrominance adaptation sounds really cool. Automatic white balance. Right. Which is why white always pretty much looks like white to us. Like we take out our phone and we take a picture and we're like, wow, this is really, really yellow. Why does it look like that? Actually, I want to see this. The first, yeah. That gold, white, black, blue dress. What are you doing now? Hey, Danilin. So Godot does have kind of an issue with auto exposure, in that it reads your whole screen, and it shouldn't do that. It should read like the middle of your screen. So I'm trying to investigate how I can set that up, because there's just a problem where, like, looking at the moon, this is something that I can't really correct by, like, messing with the brightness of the sky, because look how white that is, right? And this is just auto exposure, not considering the fact that I'm looking at a very bright object right now, because it's reading my whole screen, so it sees a whole lot of dark, so it doesn't expose for the moon, because it thinks I'm looking at dark light. Pray to not compile again. It might be simpler, because I would only have to change a shader. Maybe. But I already have ideas, and I'm trying to stop myself before I jump straight into just writing stuff, because I want to see what's out there, and if there's something really good I could do, something more intelligent than just like cropping the screen or multiplying the pixel values. There's one idea here, which is individual RGB exposure, which I think sounds really cool, but I don't know if I should use that. It might help a lot with the fact that my sunsets and sunrises look way too red. Because, like, they look red in real life, but they are not that red they do not actually appear as red as they do in the game. Demultiply it. It's more just an issue where, like, I'm looking at it right now. This will eventually expose correctly because I have the skylight intensity decreasing, so this will eventually look okay. But when I look at it, I should expose very quickly to what's in the middle of my screen. I can't just say multiply these pixels by 1 and multiply the outside by 0 because that would make the problem way worse. I would have to multiply the pixels in the middle of the screen by a value greater than 1. And essentially multiply the pixels outside of my screen by like a value less than 0. So that they are negated. So like, for instance, I have the moon sitting up here in the corner. It shouldn't account for what I'm looking at. If I'm looking at something really dark, the moon shouldn't be affecting it. So it would have to have like a negative multiplier. And then when I look directly at it, then it would have a positive multiplier. So I'm just looking to see if I can find anything. What is this even about? Because this was a link to something that seemed, yeah, part 1. 2 posts. White balance. First we'll describe what it is. Right. Both vintage and modern photography used to and currently deals with it and provide perceptually correct tones. My camera has an auto white balance. There's no white balance, I believe, in Godot's render. You just pick your white color. Cool. That GIF looks awful with this. I mean, I feel like I understand most of this. I feel like I don't really need to... I feel like he's going into too much detail. Yeah. I was thinking about a scene like this. When you're there, it does not look this yellow. But then you like take a picture of something, you're like, wow, this is like very, very yellow. Or orange. Yeah, and you would say this is what it actually looks like when you're standing there, right? Camera exposing scene for daylight at evening when all light comes from the sky with an extreme bluish color cast. BTW. This is how it looks straight from my camera and shadow and showing how poor job it did at auto white balancing. Yeah, I mean these. Same photo with corrected white balance 50K insanely high looks like this. Yeah. This is trick used in cinematography. Filming during day using white, bright lights, and color grading blue to simulate night and evening scenes. Yeah. He gets really into this. Attempted Googles. Interesting. Eyes and brain slowly adapt lighting conditions. Doesn't matter if they are 25 UV stops apart after a while. And if you have good eyesight, you will adapt to those new lighting conditions. 33 million times brighter. That's a lot. Also the color that your brain expects to be white in given light conditions. One thing I've found when you, maybe he's like talking about this, but I would snowboard and I used goggles that would tint everything orange. So when I put them on, everything looked really orange. But after, like, weirdly, after like a few minutes, everything looked perfect. Like, it didn't, nothing, I wouldn't say anything looked orange anymore. Maybe I could say, yeah, like my goggles are definitely still tinted, but it would not look the same as when I put them on for the first time. And then when I would take the goggles off, suddenly everything looks super blue. So it like, or like really over bright blue or something. So, I mean, yeah, I guess it just proves that your eyes really do adjust for lighting conditions to make white look white. Color filtering with no blue. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where... This is just a lot of talking. That's what this is. Like someone really interested in white balance just going on and on about it. Gold and white color create the dress. Alright, does he go to more technical stuff instead of just look at this? Cool look bluish shadows. This is like really hard to tell the difference between these two, but I can kind of see it, I guess. I mostly see it on the leaves. The tree right in the middle of the leaves right there. They're a little bit more yellow. Color filtering community when you touch on their subject. There's gotta be, like, on the spectrum, there's gotta be a really good joke about that. Literally. I'm kind of surprised that, like, I searched it on YouTube and it's like no one ever... You can always find like a bunch of game dev conference stuff on pretty much anything. But I just realized I didn't see anything about white balance or auto exposure. Because I think I actually really do want to have white balance. That would be really, really nice to have. Some amount of white balance. Baked or dynamically calculated information about shadow sky visibility average between some sparse points around the camera. We tend to perceive white balance and exposure spatially, not only dependent on current frames and real-time rendering. Not sure if that would help, but one thing I do in GIMP sometimes is divide an image in RGB, tweak the colors, and then combine them again. Divide an image. I can't say I've ever done that, so I'm not exactly sure what the... I can't visualize that, I guess. I just imagine it getting darker. Like you're using two sets. You have one set that's a little bit... two images. One image you have adjustment. You have some adjustment and you're overlaying that partially. Is that what you mean? Essentially, what I think I may want to do is, because I bet I can do this all through shaders. Because, funnily, it uses the, where is it? Tone map reads, where is it? It reads a single value, right? It reads an auto exposure texture, but it reads the very first coordinate. It basically takes the whole image and sums it all and averages it to the pixel at 0, 0. And it just reads that and uses that as the exposure value. What can be done, and then they multiply it by this. What can be done is I can multiply the colors individually by an exposure. I can essentially read this as a full RGB color and multiply that. So that would give me both, or this is where I would do it if I want to use chroma exposure, whatever, chromatic exposure, whatever they called it, white balance essentially. And then in tone map, or sorry, this function, I would have to apply, I'd have to read it differently or just do something different. Essentially what it does, every pixel reads their value. They read the max of each of these, which honestly I feel like kind of sucks. I don't really like that. I think it should read the luminance, not the brightest pixel. And then it writes it back. The owner, which is essentially 0, will eventually write it back to the first pixel. Alright, what are these? Accepting no white, balance eye adaptation in different color cast. Sure. Auto white balance. Old school idea of calculating it depends on the average reflected luminance, knowledge of the scene lights. Yes. Partially baked in. Relying on some baked, dynamically calculated information about shadows, which is kind of what we do, averaging some sparse points around the camera. I guess that one's kind of different though. You would take... Yeah, that one doesn't really make sense because you would only do it through the camera. I don't think you would do it around the camera. Take a screenshot of it raw, go on GIMP, tweak until you get the result you want, code what you did on Godot. Well, I mean, that's for... I guess that can help me get some values and be like, okay, well, you know, maybe this is my min and max exposure or something like that. I'll definitely do that for a color lookup table in the future. A small rant, feel free to skip it. Yeah. Is research of physically based rendering workflows inventing new, non-existent abstract problems? Are we inventing a problem? Not really. I don't think so. Everyone who's in the industry for a while has shipped games with gamma space lighting without properly calibrated monitors. We didn't care about in Witcher 2. In Witcher 2 Wii? This guy worked on Witcher 2? Most reflective surfaces in their indirect speculars were achieved through artist-assigned per-shader tweaked cube maps. So characters are different ones. Environment assets. Water. Okay. That's another thing too. You will set it up to look good on your monitor, but it may look bad on someone. I haven't really... Yeah, I should probably look at doing that. But I think my monitors are calibrated pretty well. I haven't noticed that I like lack any colors. Because I've done stuff where I look at like a full RGB spectrum and I'm like, yeah, I can differentiate every color on that image. Let's go back to this guy who he links. Oh, this was just part 2. I did miss some images. Did I? Did I miss this? Why is this like super low resolution? I was really kind of hoping to find like an implementation. Everyone's just kind of talking about what this is. Expose different parts of the images differently based on Ansel Adams' zone system. Real movie lighting pipeline. Advanced photo processing. HDR lighting is compressing using various tricks. What is this? Oh, that's tough. How old is this? This is like not even... Okay, I was gonna say not... It's almost 10 years old, so okay, sure. Alright, what's his name? Ansel Adams Zone System. Exposure. We got oh, his name right there, formulated by Ansel Adams. Codification of the principles of sensitometry. Okay. Is a photographic technique for determining optimal film exposure and development. Film exposure. Oh. Yeah. This is not very digital. Most high-end digital cameras allow viewing a histogram of the tonal distribution of the captured image. I hope you're archiving those streams. Twitch is. I don't know why they pretend like they delete your stream after like 2 weeks. They keep them for like a year. I'm sure I can like ask them and say, hey, give me my live streams from 2 months ago. Or however long I've been. Or like a month ago. They'd be like, oh yeah, here it is. I'm not sure why they do it the way they do. It's really silly. I think I get like 2 weeks or something until I like reach a certain, like, I don't know what they category of streamer. And then they give me like a month or two. Yeah. They are supposed to keep it. I mean, they don't have to keep it, but there's definitely a general consensus in tech where if you have data, you just keep it pretty much as long as you can stand to keep it. Like years. But you can just not show it. And that's what they do. They just say like, oh yeah, it's gone. Whoops. I have not been though. A while ago when I was streaming, I did that. I would download them and then upload them to YouTube. But that was taking a lot of time to do that. Because I would have to render, like... And that was when I was doing shorter streams too, like 3 or 4 hours. I would have to render it, which would take several hours. Or I guess not several hours. It would take like an hour or 2 hours, and then to upload it would take an hour. To archive. Do they just accept stuff like that? I know that they just take websites, but I don't know if they just accept anything. But I mean, Twitch definitely has it. I could ask them and they would have to give me my stuff. I should probably start doing YouTube streams. Streaming to YouTube, because then that automatically saves and YouTube is like, yeah, we'll just keep it forever. I could probably do that. Hmm. Uploaded all my convention stuff. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't... The only thing I know about Archive is that they just have their Wayback Machine. Where you just say, hey, take a picture of this website, and it'll do it. Alright, well that's like... That's not a... This is not a digital thing. This is like, you're sitting down, you literally have film, I think. Can you guess how I metered these two photos? No, but I'm gonna assume this one has a larger dynamic range. Okay, well I guess it's not even what they were asking. Interesting. What did they call this? Chromatic exposure. No, not chromatic aberration. The fact that so many of these are coming back to Minecraft is really funny. What is this? Am I gonna have to go look at Minecraft mod source code? You can use glass paints to tint the image with Payne's color. Wait, this is a photography mod. Wow. Can I go look at this? Can I go see the source of this? I guess I should just read this, honestly. GitHub IO. Mortusar's exposure. Am I looking at fabric? Mixed maybe? No. What? Level of level of renderer. Okay. Wait, where would this be at? I guess these are just the same thing, developed together. No, not there. Definitely not there. They gotta define these things somewhere. Common. Wow, can I read? Common. No, I cannot. Here we go. So, would it be under camera? Exposure type? It's an enum. Color and black and white. Frame? How big is this? This could be a dead end. Yeah. Color balance? Oh. Is this just like you go in and you manually tweak everything? It doesn't have anything automatic? I see HSB. This is... Okay, never mind. I thought maybe that was something about automatic. But I guess not. Component. Camera in hand. Yeah. Okay. Got nothing there. I don't really just want to go for it. That's the thing. I'm really hesitant to just go for it. Bart Ronsky. I think I already read his one. Yeah. Oh, wait, SIGGRAPH. Wait, implementing a physics-based camera automatic exposure. Oh, maybe if I just look more at the references. Alright, let's just look at these, I guess. Spot metering, center weighted. Seeing the same formulas again. It's more just I wonder... I mean, center is just pretty close to what I think you would want. Spot rendering, though. What is this? Okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I expected. Spot, yeah. What is multi-zone? That just looks like depth. I mean, the object is 1, and then the floor is depth. Matrix multi-zone. The final type of metering is called matrix or multi-zone metering depending on the manufacturer of the camera. There's different proprietary formula for this type of metering, but the intention is more or less the same. Prioritize exposure for the most important parts of the scene. I guess I could kind of do that. Like I would have, if I think about this in my game, maybe I would have, what do they call this? Like stencil texture or something? So it's just a black and white texture. But I would say, all right, expose the terrain using a depth, or not really using a depth texture, but expose the terrain, I don't know, maybe with a depth texture, but not quite going to 0 like it does here. And then all the dynamic objects are like solid white. So I'm always definitely considering any entities that I'm looking at. So like a zombie would be solid white. And I would try to expose for that brightness. Scenes broken up into a grid. Processing is performed each cell, giving it a classification. The result of all cells are read back and used to index into a database of exposure patterns to obtain a final exposure target. Bro, leave it the way it is. If someone complains, just tell them to calibrate their monitor. No. Because like I said, I genuinely need this. I do not like that you can look directly at the sun or look directly at the moon and just not see it. Because that will apply the same way if I'm looking at like a zombie that's in a bright light. So everything around my scope is like dark, but then my scope is very bright because I'm looking at something bright through it. It would not expose for it. It would just be blown out. So like I'm sitting in the dark and I'm scoping in on a zombie standing under a spotlight. And the zombie's really bright. I would not be able to see any detail because it would not expose for it. Character's bad vision. I mean, this is what I thought for center weight. But it would be kind of... I mean, maybe I thought about it the wrong way. I guess the initial thought is... it would have to be averaged such that the total value of this comes out to be 1. So if these out here are 0, if I have like 1 pixel that's 0, I have to increase whatever's in the middle by a factor greater than 1 to get the luminance correct. And I'm just not sure how I would do that. Wait, what is like... Wait, isn't the area under a normal distribution curve 1? That would work. Hey, Raiden, I must get on Instagram and look at what I sent you. That's good, so you just have to code the color ramp thing from the center of the screen. Well, that's the issue, is I don't understand what function I can use. I can't just do like a sine function. But I think a normal distribution works, because the area under a normal distribution is 1. That's its definition. Well, I've missed a lot of messages here. I'm watching through these. This thing shares, how should I go for it? Ignoring his viewers. I don't know which. Well, so my viewers, I have 1. I guess 2 right now. I don't understand that at all, but it's funny. I don't understand. Say it a little differently. How do I do how do I make a what even is this? Send it to me too. Yeah, I was gonna say you should just be able to put the link there. Right? Probability distribution function. The area under this curve is 1. So I would use, you know, like whatever. I have to make sure it's properly set. Continuous probability. General form. U is the mean or expectation of the distribution. Mu. I forgive you. O2 is the variance. Sigma squared. I mean, I was gonna say, is this like an expensive thing to calculate? But no, it shouldn't be. Function given mu and O. What is phi? What? What is this? Why do they just have another variable in there? And they don't explain it. Sigma squared. Yeah. Sigma squared. Why? What? This is really weird looking. Maybe I just don't understand how to read math, but that looks crazy to me. Why do they just have a variable in here that they don't explain? Why would they do that? Track name currently? Droopy likes Ricochet. Is that what you're asking? Alright. Oh, with phi being that. Of course. Is that what that meant? Says it's the best song of all time, maybe. Probability must be scaled by 1 over that. Oh, that's the scaling. So the integral is still 1. Alright, I'm just gonna start plugging it in. O equals, I don't even know, 1. U equals, I guess this would be 0.5. And then it was 1 over O squared times, I don't even know why, this minus U over O squared. Yeah, so that's not right. I guess because this is the term here that they just for some reason didn't mention anywhere in there, which is going to be e to negative pi z squared. I guess just e to the negative pi. Or would this be... Alright, I don't know what I just made. Droopy likes Ricochet goated track. Dude, what am I doing? Actually, what am I doing? Is this supposed to be 1? Two pi O squared. Times e to the power of that. Is it 2 sigma squared? Cool. Hmm. Wait, no, yeah, 0 to 1. M equals, this will be S of x. Y is less than 1.2 s. Sorry, m. And then I want to read the value at 0. When do I reach 0.01? Is that 15? 49? 499? 1496? Thank God I won't have to go through that. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous, honestly, you know. I was really hoping I could get not this to define as that, because this seems like a little too crazy. Special case, average is 0 and sigma is 1. The variable z has a mean of 0 and a variance standard deviation of 1. Its peak 0, and inflection points at 1 and -1. Wait, inflection points. Should I just use this? Standard normalize a variance of half. Maybe this is what I want. E to the negative x squared over square root of pi. Call this S2, S1. S2 of x will be, I already forgot. E to the negative x squared. Or the square root of pi. Okay. Can I transform this, perhaps? I mean... yeah, I don't think I can really use that one. I guess I could probably do pi x. Hmm. 2 pi x. 2/3 pi x. 3/4. Oh wait, no. 3/2 pi x. 3/2 pi x? Why is this one so much shorter though? Did they mention that? The probability of density must be scaled by 1 over O so that the integral is still 1. Okay, so I guess I can't just do that. So let me try negative z squared over 2 and then 2 pi. Maybe that will be better. No. Alright, forget that one. This term at the front I can compute. And then this division I would have to perform and then do exponential. So maybe I can just use this, because this is pretty close. Because the integral of everything over here is 1, is my belief, right? Let me even ask good old Wolfram Alpha what the value there. Can we figure it out? Does it understand me? Yeah, that's totally not the function I wanted to integrate. Please. So I don't have to type that out. I mean, it kind of got it. Does it understand this? Yeah, I thought so. Okay. S of x, where it is what? 1 over square root of where's my symbols? Pi is in here, I know it is. Oh, it's the first one. 2 pi O squared. I guess it would be, I mean, yeah, what's O squared? 02238, I'll say. Times get rid of all that. E to the power of negative x minus 0.5 yeah. This is really tough to type in. Oh, come on. What are we doing here? What? All right. Oh my God, that is crazy. Can I just? Does Desmos do this? Integral Desmos. I think it actually does. I don't think I even need to do this. Wow, there we go. Okay. Goodness. How do I do it? Zero to 1 of S1 of x dx. Cool, okay. Was that easy? Was that easy? 0.999. So pretty good, I think. Although I wonder if I can really get closer here. I guess what I really want to know is for the central third of the screen. I might want that to be more like the area that I account for. So it'd be, yeah, what is that, just 1 over 3 to 2 over 3? So like what value should this account for? Right? Yeah, maybe like 80%. Should have integrated by hand. Hey, Alchemy. I was just trying to get Wolfram Alpha to do this, and it's gone now, but wow, I was really failing at typing it in. I knew this is what I needed, because I'm trying to do auto exposure, but only consider the center of the screen that you're looking at. So I know that I needed it to be scaled so that I'm accounting for 100% of the pixels, but then the ones on the outside would be zeros and the ones on the inside are multiplied by a higher factor. Kids today don't know they're born. Yeah. I guess I just don't know what's a good value. What should I search for? Should I look at the center third and say that this is like 90% of it? Because I could make that happen. $75%? 80%? Maybe that's actually too high. Maybe 80% is too high. I don't know. Probably the best way to do it is just to implement it and then mess with the values until it looks better. Here's a funny story. Back when I first started doing chemistry, we'd find the area under a curve by literally cutting the trace out of paper and weighing it on a 4-place balance. Yeah, that's I assume if you're doing that with a curve that's not, you can't write, what is it? I guess the derivative of it is what you need. Right? I did this like for maybe a month in school and I've forgotten how any of it works. But that sounds very tedious. Because I know the idea. I mean, the concept is literally just drawing like a rectangle. You're sampling this value and then saying that this is the value over this distance. But then getting the derivative of it allows you to compute it perfectly. So what'd you have? You'd have like a square piece of paper that you know the weight of, and then you just like weigh it. I mean, actually, that actually doesn't sound too bad, as long as the curve is easy to cut. If you have something like, I don't even know, noisy, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if all you have is like a plot and you're like, this is like a fitted curve, or you just draw the curve over the plot and then cut it out, that actually doesn't sound too bad. Maybe I should make the peak of this pi. Can I make the peak of it pi? Maybe that's like the optimal result, right? $127. How could I even actually derive that? I feel like I could derive that. Figure out what value of O gets me pi. I'm getting smaller. I mean, that's probably close enough, right? One, 2, 6, 9, 8. What's the normal distribution for? Yeah, for auto exposure, currently, the way that Godot does it doesn't work for me. They just literally read the value of every pixel on your screen and expose for the average. So if I do something like I scope in on the moon, the camera can't expose for it, so it will just look white. So really what I would want to happen is for like your scope to take over, or like what you're looking at in the middle of your screen to be most important and exposed to that. So my thinking is having a normal distribution curve is going to get me exactly the numbers I need to multiply this luminance shader by to make this expose correctly. Currently it will eventually expose right because the brightness of the moon is tied to the brightness of the sky. So as the sun gets lower and lower, then my sky intensity will eventually match. But this also just means a case where, say I'm standing in a dark area and I'm looking at a zombie through, I guess like this. Just imagine the zombie is like really bright, but I'm in a very dark spot. I wouldn't be able to see much detail here, even though I'm like looking directly at it. So that's my thinking of what I need. 1.27 actually gets really close. Or I guess 6.9. 12699. Was that Godot's HDR implementation that wasn't very good? I don't... What do you mean? I don't remember it anymore. Feels like an HDR thing. So yeah, the actual colors of the pixels are over 1 of the sky. So the effect is even more pronounced there. I don't exactly know how color values are calculated outside of the sky. I'm guessing they probably do the same thing. You can get like values over 1. I guess that's how you would do exposure. Yeah, I guess that's the only way to actually get like an area of the screen that's completely white and then exposed to it, is if the value is over 1. It's definitely just their auto exposure is it does the whole screen. So for a small bright object, there's even the idea of doing binning where you would count up. You would essentially split your image, I guess, into 9 brightness values or 10 brightness values and then expose to the largest bin. So that would prevent you from having, like, if you're doing an average, if 1 pixel in the middle of the screen is like 1,000 brightness, it's going to expose so far that the whole screen is dark and the 1 pixel is still over bright. Especially, I'm guessing lighting is going to play a big part. Yeah, I mean, at least, like I said, I definitely want you to be able to look at the moon through your gun scope. And currently you can't do that. It's not very good. You would have to wait until the sun is all the way down before you could see the moon. And also I definitely need areas to be really, really dark. Like even in the middle of the day. So I just kind of went back. I think there's one thing I did for ambient lighting that I didn't actually need to do. I could have just used the ambient occlusion texture. the whole time. I just thought they implemented it in a weird way. But I'm just using that now. Yeah, because it's using the average color, not like the middle of my screen. I don't know, there's even a case about exposing colors individually and on individual parts of the screen. So that really bright area outside would actually still be kind of exposed correctly, even though it's way brighter than the center of my screen. I don't know. I'll figure that out. I see another problem. What's the problem? There's lots of problems. I see lots of problems. But what do you see? The map will have other lights aside from the moon, so normally the eye should adapt from both lights. Yeah, that's like if you read the whole screen texture, then you would get both lights counting. But also a problem is if there is a really bright pixel, it like drives up your exposure like crazy. Which is, like I said, the bin, you divide it into 9 buckets or 10 buckets. I guess you would actually, for a computer, you would go to like a really large value, like 100 or something. And then expose to the largest bucket. And I guess that could also just include matching to the center of my screen. So stuff in the middle counts for more. Metal Gear Solid 5. Some Lua script. The tone map is Reinhardt. It says it's nothing right now. That's just because I needed to move it out of the environment one because it was causing the scope to get the tone mapping to happen twice. So I basically just copied it out to my own shader, and now I'm using that instead of the environment tone map. But yeah, the texture inside of here is noisy, so that's why it looks that way. If that's more what was tipping you off to being curious about it. So I guess I wonder if I can just add this multiplication in here by its position, because I know its position. And then later on, I could probably use a bucketing system where the final pixel how would I do that? Also, I don't like this. I feel like this is really bad. Our luminance is just the brightest pixel, or the brightest channel. I feel like that's really, really not good. I think they're like mobile raster version of it. Doesn't do that. Oh, it does actually do that as well. But then they say, give an overexposed result when they did it this way. I'm gonna start going for it. So first of all, I'm gonna start with this, getting a luminance value, and I have my own thing somewhere here. These are the values that I use. So I will just use those. And then down here, I would have to start. Can I just write const anywhere? I think I can, right? My O is 12699. Maybe it should be 12689. Let me try to get it closer to pi. Is that 1? Okay, that's pretty close. I'll call that close enough for me. Okay, and then I can compute the term out the front. So 1 over the square root of 2 pi O squared. Do they call it mpi? I think that's... Oh, this doesn't even have an include. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I actually need that. I have to find where they do this, where they provide this. Somewhere they should just have like a common include or something. This one. There they go. One of the square root of that. And then now at that point inside I have to compute that every time. X minus 0.5 over 2O squared. I guess I could... That's fine. Okay, so now at this point I have to compute my value, which I guess would just be times x of negative T plus size. Is this just T? Position. I need UV. Is what I actually need. If any less than... What does that mean, any? My position is less than my source size. Source size. Okay, so I guess I will just compute a UV here. I guess I would just do vec2 of my position over param source size. Oh, so I actually have to multiply this by... So I believe... Okay. So this matters now that I understand how this works. I think this is going by... It's dividing it by 2 every time. So it takes its position, which is essentially the row and column encoded. This is weird, actually. This might take me a minute to figure that out. What is this? Because I need to know what T plus size is at. I guess I don't have to understand how it actually works, I just have to know where T plus size exists. So T plus size should be block size. I mean, I feel like what it's doing is essentially doing half. It's splitting it in half. It adds up half the pixels in step 1, and then a quarter of the pixels in step 2, and then an eighth of the pixels in step 3, is what I think it's doing. Okay, so UV is not this value. UV is not that value. I would compute it here. I would compute UV. I would have to essentially multiply... Wait, hang on. I just thought of how this happens in 2 dimensions. I guess as long as the x and the y are normalized, I would just multiply them together. But I feel like I might get something crazy. Is the product of 2 probability distribution functions always 1? I guess the product is actually 2, right? So I just divide it by 2. But I feel like for areas where I'm using less than 1% of its value, or less than 100% of its value, those are getting way smaller. Or would I just add the values and then divide it by 2 on the x and y? That's probably what I do, right? I just compute the value on the x and the value on the y, and then just add them together and divide by 2. Yeah, that seems like it works. Although maybe it's not quite correct. Maybe it would just be better to... Maybe I would just multiply and then square root it. I feel like multiplying and square rooting probably gets a better result. But I guess it could also give the exact same result as adding and then dividing by 2. Maybe it is literally the exact same result. Actually, let me just try this. So if I have... So I think I can just plug it in here. I mean, yeah, like... This would be the same thing as just square rooting it. Or just adding and dividing by 2. Let's just say I have like this kind of ratio or something. Oh. Didn't quite work there. Yeah, I don't think I think I can just add and divide by 2. I think that's equivalent. So I will do UV, and I need to compute where t in size, or what t plus size is. So, like I said, t is y times the block size plus x, so this is just an encoded xy position. So I guess essentially it would just be t on the x axis. I would just do modulo. Can I do that? Do they just have that? Can I just write that? Let me check. Actually, I already know the position too. I don't really need to do mod. Mod. But this is a function I can use, right? Yeah. Okay. So I actually already know where t is. This would just be... Oh wait, this is local. I need global, right? I guess this would just be... Yeah, position x plus... yeah, size, which is going to be a value between that and block size. So I guess I would just say mod. Is all I do. And then position y plus that gets me the x component. I guess plus the floor. The floor of... And size is a uint. When I do division by integer, does it cast it to a float? I don't think so. I have to do this. Size over block size. So there's my UV, and then I have to divide it by it should be fine with me doing that, a division by an integer vector. Okay, so now I have my UV. So now I can compute my I don't know, contribution. I don't know, is V free? Can I use V? I should be able to use V. V is going to be equal to the I don't know how to write all this out. S times the exponent of the negative power of UV x minus 0.5 2 divided by, what is it? 2o squared. And is that the whole term? Minus that squared over 2o squared. Negative of that whole thing. Yeah, okay. Seems like it's there. And then V or I guess I would just do plus. I guess if I'm doing this multiplication, I can take this out the front. Right? And then, yeah, just this divided by that. And then I would divide this by 2. I guess I can put that onto S, can't I? I would just do 2 over that. I hope that's all correct. So I've computed the UV and now I multiply it by V. Computed UV and I've computed its contribution value. And then I just multiply by that. That should be all I had to change. I also changed that. Okay. I just type numbers? No, I did not. Okay. All right. Yeah, all I did was right here. Does this look correct on review? 2 over that is just essentially including another division by 2. I would add those together. Just divide by 2. And I multiply by that. Okay. What branch am I on? So... Whoa. Whoa, that was not the right word. Custom auto. Wow. Based on 441 double. Okay. Run build. Alright. How many times does it fail? It would be nice if they just loaded the shaders and not like linked them inside the engine. It's kind of silly, I think. This could just be external resources that I can modify. My task is still bolt rifle scope. Should probably change that. Could I write my own auto exposure shader? I guess I could, but I would have to go in and like set up all the compute shader stuff to do that and make a compositor effect. Yeah. It's maybe with how long it takes to merge this in, would it be faster to just make it my own compute shader? Maybe it would be. Maybe I should just make it my own compute shader. Because I have the tone map applying. Yeah, it probably would be better. Maybe I can just use this for like testing. And then when I'm ready, I make my own shader. Yeah, I should probably do that. Once this one finishes, I'll just pull it out into its own compute shader and remove auto exposure. Because yeah, this takes a long time to run this step. Oh well. Once this is done, I'm going to test it really quick and probably see that I have done something wrong and I'm never going to expose correctly. And then get lunch and then write it as my own compute shader so I don't have to mess with the engine. I'll just have to set up all this stuff where I have. What is it? What do they do? They track, like, is it just 2 buffers? They just have the screen buffer and then they have the previous buffer. So they can correctly, like, interpolate exposure over time. I mean, yeah, I would just have to store 1 texture. Okay. Why did that alert not pop up? Oh, there it is. Thanks for rating, Audacious Gabe. I am working on auto exposure in a very dumb way. I decided to change the engine scripts instead of just writing my own compute shader, which is going to take a really long time to modify and get feedback on if I do it that way. How was your stream? Anything new after your UI library? Asset library? Several AIs, one is rampant in my chat. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is just building Godot. There's a lot of warnings that I get for some reason, I don't know why. Okay, well, I'll see that this does not work and I quickly, it's probably going to go the worst way possible. I'm going to end up with a very bright screen very quickly and I won't be able to see anything ever. I should see it right away. Okay. It's not the worst possible way. At least I'm not getting flashbanged, but now it's just never exposing to anything. Alright, well. I will be right back. I'm gonna get lunch. And then do this manually. Or not manually, do this smarter. Needs to be taught a lesson. Taught a lesson? Yep. See you. I will get lunch and be right back. I'm back. I've got food. I'm going to eat. I am back. I'm back. Alright, so obviously that failed. It could have gone two ways. Way one is it could have gotten over bright and just turned white instantly. And way two was just forever permanently dark. That's something that I got. So I think I kind of realized what I did wrong. Essentially everything is moving it back to the first pixel, right? So it's possible that essentially the first pass it reads the pixel. Second pass it reduces it all to 1 pixel. And then the final pass, it sums it all and just calculates the next luminance value. So what I was doing was I was doing that at every step, which was not correct. I probably should have only done that for the very first step on the read step, and then let it just reduce from there. So I am essentially just going to re-implement this as my own compute shader. Although I will have to figure out exactly what I should be doing. One thing that's still weird to me is that they do multiple defines, which I thought they did. I thought they would do multiple runs. That's the wrong one. Yeah, they do. So essentially they run, I don't even know how many times. But the first run, defines read. The second run, or and then everything else just defines reduce. And then the very last one defines write. Is my thought there. So I assume that just means read, nothing, and then write. But I guess the real question is how many luminance buffers do they use? And how do they cycle through them? Maybe this is just for... Well, no, because I have to do it they have to do it at least twice. They need one for a read and one for a write. Right? They need to do it at least twice. Yeah. They split reading and writing to two different values. So they have to have at least 2 buffers. I'm just trying to figure out where they set, like when they make it, how do they define how many buffers they have? Luminance reduce max. When they call get buffers, what did they return? If render buffers has custom data, RB luminance buffers. Return get custom data RB luminance buffers. What do they write RB? And then they use RD. It's like render device instead of device. What does that mean? Maybe it just means render buffer. Possibly. Render buffer luminance buffers. Get current luminance buffers. Buffers current. When they're done with this, do they say swap current with reduce right the last one? Okay. Oh, uniform the source texture I-1. So at 0 they read from it and they do the first reduction, and then from there on they use the last texture they wrote from. I know they say write, but they write to it every time. They use the last one that they wrote from. Right, yeah, image store. Okay. Yeah, I gotta figure out how many of these buffers they use. I don't know if it... I mean, what does it even mean to have more than one? Why would you need 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 more than one? Well, I guess you need at least two, because one you write to for now, and then you read the previous value that you computed. So you need just, yeah, you just need at least two. I guess I still don't see why you would have more than two, though. Luminance buffers, vector RID. Yeah, how do they know how many to make? So when you initialize it, you don't have anything. When you configure, reduce, pushback, what? So configure, while true, we do a texture format. We create a new texture. Storage bit, final. The last one is when width and height are equal to 1. So we split the screen into 8 pieces, and then we create 16 buffers. Really? Why? Why do you create 16 textures? Wait. Okay, I guess I see what they're doing. They're not creating 16 textures. They're creating a texture for however long it takes, for however many you need, to divide the width and height by 8 until you get down to 1 pixel. Should I just imitate that? That seems kind of crazy. Why would they do that? When realistically you just need like 1 texture. 2 textures. I guess it's... Why would you do that? That's really weird. Why would you do that? That seems like... My thought was, oh, you know, that's like saving... That's just using a lot more memory for kind of... I feel like for no reason. Maybe it's just really fast. You use the extra memory to be faster with getting down to a single exposure value. I'll imitate what they do, but that just seems kind of nuts to me that they would do it that way. I mean, sure. I'll just trust it and go with it. That's what they do. Although I don't understand the reasoning for it. I'm sure the theory is that it's faster. Also, why do they specifically clear the last image to be black? I guess because it doesn't matter. You need it to be black, though. I guess that's just setting an initial value. Wait. Current. Oh, I guess they need 2 to have the previous value. So the first and the... Oh no, you just set current to be a clear. And then you swap that one with the last value. Okay. Alright, I feel like I've read through enough of that. So I'm going to go ahead and make it. Post process. They also define 3 different shaders, or they use one file and they compile 3 different versions. Should I do that? If I load the file, can I use anything that they do when they compile different versions of the same shader? Version free. Luminance reduce raster, luminance reduce. Reduce shader. List of compiled versions for this shader. RD shader source. Various shader stages. What do they mean? Wait. No, version list. Version list. Get version list. Let me look for this. Version set bytecode. Was I just blind? Oh, okay. Shader create from this. Well, I get a shaders file. I would like to know how I can make... how I can do what they do and make different versions like this. Shader initialize. Do I have this ability to myself? I guess not. Alright. Don't need it anyway. This one I probably need to go ahead and make. Split this script out. Here we have a shader, we free the shader. And in fact, I'll even take this off now. That's kind of not what it should be. Okay. That's all fine. And then how do I do this? I don't think they care about views. They do, I guess they take a source texture that they compute from. So that more matters here. Yeah, they just use internal texture. Post process and tone map. Yeah, then they just pass in values here from camera attributes. So they don't do anything with views at all. Which is weird. Why do they do that? Why don't they... I guess they just do it with the first one, right? They just set up exposure for the first one. I mean, but they kind of can't do that, right? They have to do that for Also, this is weird that they say they have debug draws after tone map, which includes auto exposure. That's really strange. Because a lot of gizmos overexpose like crazy. You end up with like green turning into yellow, red turning into pink, and blue turning into white. But it says it does debug draw after that. Oh, that's not what that does. Or is it? Because it looks like they take out... Looks like they just take those out. But everything else goes to exposure. Post-process transparent. Pre-transparent. Okay, well. Perfect to any device resources. Right. Okay. Done a lot of reading. I think I've got a good idea on everything that I need to do. I also have to go ahead and change the world compositor effect because now that's different. And of course I also have to reload the project because for some reason that list just doesn't update until I do so. New tone map effect. 6. Enabled. Post transparent. Cool. Alright. And sorry for grumbling in the mic. I'm writing auto exposure. Would I just like do this and then call free? I guess so, right? Get shader. And then create resources. All right. This would just be... Should I be throwing my shaders in there, or should I put them in a shader? I should probably put them in a shader, shouldn't I? Alright. And I will do this one here. We call it luminance reduce. I'm just going to call it auto exposure. Feels kind of silly to call it anything else. Or to call it what they call it. They do set a block size though, which is 8. I guess I should follow that. Yeah. I'll just define it there. Size, param size. Save that. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna need here. Alright, so they do something called configure, which will create all the textures. So I mean, yeah, I guess I just have to get the internal size, right? Whatever they call it. Yeah, I know. I guess I actually don't do that there. I'll have my own thing. I'll just call it set up buffers, and I essentially just pass in a size. As a vector 2i. And then this is really weird. That they don't do this per view. Because this code I think is exactly the same. Get internal size. I mean, I can practically just copy this straight and just change these to like var. Render scene buffers RD, is that what I get? Render scene buffers RD. Size before upscaling which textures are created with which textures are created by default. Does it get texture view? Wait, what? What do they do? What do I do? Get color layer. So it'll be a texture array what I'll use. Get color texture. Maybe that explains how they do. They get... Oh, they're just given a source texture. Render data, post-process, and tone map. Okay. That's only defined in one place there. Okay. Get render texture. They say get render texture. Wait, they do get internal texture. Yeah, I'm guessing internal texture is the whole thing. But internal size doesn't make sense, because if internal texture is like too... It's like an extra long texture, right? It seems like it doesn't work that way. Let me try to find get internal texture. Oh, they have get internal texture and get internal texture V. But I would like to see the definition of this. Texture slice. So I guess get internal texture is an array. Get view count, get color layer. So I'm guessing get color layer and get color texture on render scene buffers RD is gonna be like this. What is it? Get internal texture? Oh wait, get color. This is weird. Get internal texture. This is annoying. What is this? I don't know. Rendering. RD. Render scene buffers. What is that? Compat. So when I say get color texture, I call it get color texture. And get color layer. Underscore or not? It would be get color texture and get underscores get color texture and get color layer. Only one, so that means it's defined here, right above me. Get internal texture. Okay. So get color layer is just get internal texture layer. Get color texture is just get internal texture. So I want to say get color texture, which can be an array. Okay, after all that. Yeah, because it'll just be, okay, I get it. All right. Slowly making my way there. And I actually need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm back. Hey, Dylan. Yep. Chair gaming. Chair coding. Okay, so they definitely get like a texture array. So now I need to understand how does that work. How does that work? I guess it just doesn't matter. They do read in. They do read in a source texture. Or a texture array, but they just treat it as one thing. What is that supposed to mean? The guy who invented WebP lives in constant fear because of people like me? What does that mean? What are you doing to WebP? I think I should do it per view because it's kind of weird that they don't. Because in theory, if you did have, you know, two eyes because you're doing it like... Because you're doing VR, your eyes exposed separately. So if you're like standing on a corner, one eye is looking at a dark wall, the other eye is looking at a bright light source. This eye is going to focus to that light source, and this eye is going to focus to the wall in front of you, right? So I should just do... I should just do that and not do it how they do it, which is just kind of a weird way to do it. Alright, but set up buffers. So I do have to implement free, however. So essentially I'm going to have an array of an RID array, really. So I have a current and I have an array of buffers. Yep. So configure just does all of this. We take an integer of the internal size, we divide it by 8 and max it to 1, while true as well, which is also concerning, but I'm just going to go with it. I will even leave a comment up here at the top of this. Let's just say he made a big mistake by playing around with that silly VP8 codec. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. I know even less now. I have more questions and fewer answers. So W, we're gonna just, yeah, I'm just gonna straight up like copy this code. Can I just move this here? Can we just do this? And I will just straight up copy it. Line by line. Yep. What? That looks like you typed codec and then some letters. Yeah. Size X. Size Y. Good old while true. I love myself a while true. Internet slang? Yeah. Dude, what does that mean? Why does Raiden Halo know what this means and I don't? So I need a good old texture format. Do I say like I watch Instagram Reels religiously? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. How do I make a texture? How do I do this? I have the code written. They do... No, wait. Yeah, it is texture format new. Okay. Alright, so 32? Wait, R? Red? Really? No. I want RGB. I know that I want RGB, absolutely. So, format is going to be I'll get there eventually. There we are. I don't need alpha though. Yeah, just RGB. Final is W equals 1 and usage bits. So texture usage, storage. Doesn't have time for Brave on it. He wastes too much time with virtual moonlight. Yes. I have been slaving away at this. So still no one's gonna tell me what codec lets in GMI means. Just gonna call me truly disturbing for writing my own auto exposure. What do they need can copy? Can copy to? What do you mean on Discord? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's my. I have seen more memes today than I have in like a month, so maybe it's time for a break from that. A longer break. What am I doing? If final. I can do this, right? They let me do. Actually, I think that they don't have that. They do have that. Okay. I need copy 2 and sample. Sample. Can sample. Sampling bit. Dude. Okay. If final, so I have to add this to my buffers now. Well, first of all, I think if I'm calling setup buffers, I should probably call it free. And then I can do that. King Olmec. Okay. So yeah, then I create the texture. So I don't even need to create it like that. Yeah, I can just do this. Buffers, push, append. This is Python. Good old Python append. Missing out on FNAF lore? I think I know enough FNAF lore. I know about the Byte of 87, and that's all I need to know, I think. What is it? Sister location, Byte of 87? Purple guy? Phone guy? It's pretty much the lore, right? Wait, texture buffer create or texture create? Why is there texture buffer create? TF, texture view. What? I just say new view. Okay. Right, so I'm just creating 2 copies of this final thing that I flip between. But with the exact same setup. And then they clear it. I don't think I really need to clear it, but I guess maybe I probably should, actually. So, you know, that's a great idea. I should call texture clear. Okay. Texture clear. With what color? Color. And base mip map. I guess I just type in the same numbers. 1, 0, 1. And then break. Alright, well, I copied the code. Although I also actually copied it incorrectly. Because I should be dividing it by 8 first? Really? Missing tool. Oh, I guess so. Sure. Alright, that's set up. Now on free, I would have to just do free current, and then I say if RID is valid. do that. And then I call clear and just that. Should probably go and close world. Alright, so now I would just set up and I would just do this. Why did everything just reload like that? No reason. No reason for that. All right. We're down here. Dispatch threads. Source size 0, source size 1. Per pixel? What? I mean, yeah, I guess it actually is what they do. They dispatch 1 per pixel. Alright, sure. Wait, what am I doing? I'm in wrong thing. Oh my gosh, wrong thing. Just copy this. Go there. Why did that open? I don't know. And then I guess they do start at 8 or 1/8 the size, so that's not so bad. Be doing that. And then I will do essentially a check here. If not current is valid, then I would do set up buffers with size. And then we would be doing everything per buffer that I have. And what's this swap that they do? They call swap. Pipeline cache, S name. Define swap. Define swap. It's probably this one. Oh. Well, what? Interesting. Okay. I don't think they needed to do that at all. But sure. Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm just changing. That isn't. I thought that would do some like render device thing. I just have to change the RIDs out. That's all I have to do. I just swap the last value with this one. That's all I do. Okay. So then I will say yeah, for ooh, how do I do this? Because they set up, what do they set up? A barrier. Oh, it actually doesn't matter. I can just send it all at once. And then call end at the end. Duh. Well, I would do it per view. I would have view 1 run, view 2 run, and then create a barrier. Right. And then the shader, I need to tell it, I think. I think I would just pass a Boolean. I don't think there's any need for me to compile a different version of the shader just to add 2 lines of code. Which is already inside of a branch. So I don't know, maybe it would be smart to do that. I'm gonna leave it alone. I couldn't find any way to put defines in my own code that's provided by Godot to do, which it would be simple for me to do. I just don't want to spend time figuring it out because I really don't believe it saves that much time. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No need for that. So I guess I could run it per view. I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how I would do this. Let me just do this. So I will just do also we call it luminous reduce the same way for each view with the sorry, not that. Color layer view. It's funny. I can actually get a larger size here because that just takes over. Why is this margin so large? such a large margin. So just do render for that texture. Oh, that's why I can't do it. I would need to double my buffers, right? I mean, I guess I can just run it with the individual barriers in between. I guess that's fine. Okay, I can't do like that. Because I have to make sure I put on the same compute list, because they are going to be sharing buffers. I guess I can get the view count and multiply. No. So I can either use twice the memory, or even more, or I can take twice as long. Those are my two options. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it so much, because this is just going to be a single screen, and probably one person ever might try running this in VR. So I would just do one. I'll be right back. Dog needs to go out. So push constants. What do they have? Oh, right. They have the min, the max, and that. So, I guess what I would do is I would try to run or get... Actually, I have render scene buffers. Do I get camera information from this? No. Of course not. Of course not. Clear context. What does that mean? Wait, what? Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I want render device. Render server. Let me look for render server. Rendering server. That should be here. Here. And then there's a bunch of camera attributes get or set, but I would like get. I guess I don't get it. I guess I don't get to get. No get. Maybe. Oh no, I'm yawning. How do I pass in? I guess my environment can just read this list. Actually, does compositor effect have access to its own environment? Guess not. Render data, render callback, render data. Oh, wait. I do. I get camera attributes right there. Really? Render data, get... Oh, nah. Get camera attributes. Okay, but actually, how do I... Now that I have the RID, what do I do with that? How do I go from RID to... to actually get that? Would I do like get resource RID? This should be something, right? How do I get an object from an RID? Thanks. Yeah, sure. Okay, why do I click left and then it's like, oh. Let's undo. Get attribute from RID. Stupid. What's the reason? I mean, straight up, what's the reason for giving this to me if I can't use it to actually get any information out of it? What is the point of that? What's the point of having this? I mean, that must be an oversight, right? That's gotta be an oversight. That they just forgot that you can't do anything with that. Because if I know the camera attributes of the viewport, that's exactly what I want. I want to know the camera attributes of the viewport. But you can only use that to set information. You cannot use that to retrieve information. I mean, that's just an oversight, right? That is. It feels so useless to have this information. It's gotta be just an oversight, right? That's actually really annoying that I can't get this. I mean, why? Like, I mean, seriously, why give it to me? Why provide me with the information if I can't do anything with it? Because I believe this is tied. Let me actually look at the code then. Okay, camera attributes. When we create this, do we create one? Camera attributes. Because you know what? I bet they literally have that method there and they just don't expose it for some reason. Okay. Weird. Honestly weird. Okay, so camera attributes knows about whose RID it is. But you don't know from here. But also at the same time, the render server actually does know the camera attributes. At the same time, the render server does actually know that. Okay, funny. It's really like having a tough time figuring that one out. Just bring this back here. I don't think I need tone map. Camera attributes create, camera attributes create. That's very weird. Pure virtual, and then it doesn't actually... How? How is that possible? How is it actually not defined anywhere? Let me just see if there's a get here as well. There is none. Weird. Oh, look at that. There's a bunch of gets here. Isn't that funny? Camera attributes allocate. Strange. Strange. What do I do? Camera attribute storage. Do I have this? Is this a thing that I have? Not really. That's just so dumb. That is just super dumb that I don't have that information. All right, I actually just straight up have to go in here and expose all of this data to myself because I need it. This is necessary. It is absolutely worthless that they give you the RID, but you can't retrieve any information from that. It's like, what's the point? Let me try searching for just camera attributes. And see if there's anything at all that looks like I can access something from here. What is RSG? What is RSG? RSG. What is RSG, man? Is it rasterizer scene GLS? Is that what it means? No. What is RSG? I'm actually really confused. What is RSG? Rendering server globals. Thank you. Can I just access this? Rendering server globals. Global. What? Interesting. Okay. I think I see what they're doing. Essentially, every time they go to render, they just like apply all the settings to it. I mean, I just need this. I find it really dumb that I can't access that information. So let me go to rendering server here. and do essentially just I'm going to create all of these. So yeah, it's just nuts how they do this. Where is this? Is this like, is it here? No. Whoa. Render, no. Camera. Attributes. So I'd have to define it. Wait, who defines it? Camera attributes set auto exposure. I mean, I guess I'm not adding a new function. I'm just binding to the current one, really. It's just be rendering server default and then yeah, just these three places. Rendering server, that one, and then H. Was I already typing somewhere? There it is. And then render server default. I love all caps, man. It's so cool. So many all caps. So it is like... Where are these defined then? Uses auto exposure. I guess somehow it reads as this one, camera attribute storage. Because there's no definition for it anywhere. No, that's the only definition for it is that one. So honestly, I'll just go to this line and just pretty much create all these, I think. Yeah, just pretty much going to be copying these all over, I think. And then uses auto exposure. So it says server name RSG camera attributes. One R. Float. RID. Yeah, I think I can probably just record this. Okay, did that work? Not quite, but good enough, I guess. Well, okay. Cool. Those are all in, and then I just need to bind them all. This one would definitely benefit from a recording here. Right. Here, comma. Rendering server. Oh my gosh. Cancel that. Try it again. min sensitivity, max sensitivity. Nice. It all went in. Cool. And I think it's probably all I needed, right? Because these applied here. So now that I actually have this information, I can actually use it instead of just sitting here and like wondering why the hell it's even been given to me in the first place if I can't do anything with it. But alright, there's that. Send this back to 5. Okay. And then guess I should close that then. Sure, save. Cool. Okay, get so I guess I'm going to keep that for now. Or actually, I should just copy this file. Yeah, I should straight up copy this file. Rendering, servers rendering, renderer, shaders, effects, luminance reduce. Copy that file. And yeah, just paste it in there. So why? What? What? Well, okay, fine. All right then, Godot. All right, Godot. I'm blaming you for that one. Definitely that was just all Godot doing that, and not Vim. I know that I might close the Vim session. My copied stuff goes away. For some reason, I just thought I was, somewhere else. Storage, no. Shaders, effects. And they have app data at that point. And then all their stuff. Okay. Yeah, just restore that file. Just adding the method binds and then get attributes, uses, get normalization. It's all there. Awesome. Float, Boolean, float. You should go out tonight and bet all your savings on red. No. Definitely not. Where am I? Status. States. Status. I am on custom auto exposure. Cool, alright. How do I rename a branch? Can I just rename my branch? I'd like to do that. Rename branch. Get branch M. Oh, okay. Add camera attributes getters. The branch add camera attributes getters. Let me show that again. Camera attribute getters. Or is it camera? It is camera attributes. Okay, never mind that. I guess before I build, I should do run. Compiling. Good old compiling. This could probably be a pull request. This could be a pull request. They'd probably take it. It's very simple. Because otherwise there's literally no reason that I can get the RID of the current camera being used to render their viewport. I mean, because like literally the question is, why would you do that? If all you can do is set values, you would just set like, and they would be temporary too. I guess they wouldn't be temporary. They'd be weird to do that. It would be weird because the actual resource would still report like the wrong values, because that one tracks every value on its own, and then it forwards that value to the rendering server. It doesn't retrieve the value from the rendering server. It sends back its own value. So you shouldn't use it to set the value, because you'll basically create like a weird bug state where the resource in memory says, I have some exposure value, but then the actual rendering server value is some value that you've set. So you wouldn't set it. There'd be no reason to do that. You'd want to get the values from that. Why is it compiling everything? Oh well. Oh well. The only reason you would be able to have that camera attribute RID is if you wanted to get the values, which for some reason those are the only functions not exposed. They are written and they exist, but they're not exposed to the developer side. They're not exposed in GD script. can I do while this runs? I guess I can start converting this. What is it? What is it? Dot? Yeah. So I would get my yeah, weird. I guess you get like adjust and min and max. I guess that's all you get. Yeah, I kind of need all that. Because I need the size, and then I need 3 floats, and then this should just be a Vic. That's on 8. Um, 12, 16. So starting at 16 goes to 20, and then I need to bring this up to 32. 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Oops. What's going on? Oh, stop it, please. Oh yeah, everything's coming as tabs. This is awful. Immediate textures. Read only image 2D source illuminance. Do I really have to compile 3 different versions of this? Fine. Fine. Whatever. So I pretty much want to... Yeah, it's probably best that I really try to copy this as close as possible. But I will, of course, remove all their tabs, all their silly tabs. No more tabs. Now, why did mine fail, though? What really failed here? Oh, right. I should only be doing this on the very first read, if read texture. Right? So yeah, it only wants to run that in the first read. And since I already multiply it, well, is that still correct? I add each one by its contribution, but then do I average those values out? Oh. So the first time when I run it, I basically apply every pixel's relative contribution compared to everything else. So this one would have like 0 contribution, this one would have 4 times the contribution. And then at the end, I would have 2 pixels. And then I would just, I guess I would average it at that point. So yeah, if I have like 10 pixels and they all have 4 contribution, they would all go to 4. They would all add together, and then I would divide by 10. Right? That makes sense? Yeah, okay. So I just had to do this step in the retexture phase, and that's the only time I would do this step. And then or actually, I do... Why did I do it up there? I do it here. I already know its position here. I'm so dumb. I do this all up here. I don't know why I thought I had to do it on the other stage. Because now this is when we just average everything. And I don't touch any of that code. And all that code stays the same. Also, temp data, yeah, that's a luminance value. And then I would then additionally multiply it by I would just multiply it by V. And I guess you could go to there. And I don't have to do any of this weird stuff either. I would just do vec2 of position over the source size. Which is actually going to be called size instead of source size. Oh, and then these. These, of course, would go up here. Where did pi go? I deleted it by accident. Okay. Well, at least I have it here. And in fact, they have a lot more precise version of pi. Right? Okay. All right, so I will load this as a text file and then compile it. So, yeah. Will be annoying to do that. Alright, but this is probably done. It is. No errors. Cool. Interesting. Yeah, I know. I know. All right. Just close docs there. So what I need to do is I need to make sure that physical no, post process. When I call reload shader, initialize shader, I need to override this. I guess I would actually just say, instead of initialize shader, I would just say initialize. Initialize effect. And then... Whoa. Initialize. And then here, I would simply just say... Yeah, I think I would just do this. I guess it's fine to get a new one every time. It doesn't really matter. We initialize that, and then I would call pipeline. Pipelines are created from a shader. Yeah. Huh. Just call initialize shader, which by default just does all this. I'll even call it initialize shader pipeline. It's possible I don't have that one yet either. Not shader path. Okay, initialize shader pipeline. Is on render thread. Yeah. Okay. So I would do that. It's kind of a messy thing, honestly. It's really messy. Alright. So this one we'll call initialize effect, which does this, and then it calls initialize shader pipeline, which does all this. For a simple effect, works pretty well, but I guess free should really do this. Let's do that. Just a shader path. Everything loads, compiles it. It handles freeing, it handles reloading, initializing. Yeah, let me just say this. And then reload shader I don't run anymore. Initialize effect. Ooh. Hit the mic. What do we call initialize shader pipeline? Nowhere, actually. Yeah, I'm just gonna shorten that up. Create shader can do all that for me. Or I can write all my code in create shader and then override free shader. I believe and do this. Make these underscores so it's clear what's going on. Cool. Okay. Yeah, to map all this, all one has to do is just return shader path. And it does its stuff. It would be under create shader and free shader. Yeah, that's all I'd have to override. And shader path, I suppose. Free not found in base self. Literally, what are you talking about? Yeah, this is just gonna be size X. Size Y. Line 28. Oh, okay, there it is. It actually is there. Setup buffers. Just call this clear buffers. Okay. Now for the thing that I really was doing all this to test, can I get rendering server camera attributes Get auto exposure. Uses auto exposure. Awesome. Actually something useful. How do I scroll left and right? I don't know. Oh well. Okay, so I think at this point I want to have everything in here. I will just get rid of that, tab this in, and then get rid of that. Okay. So the push constants should stay the same. Yeah, these... Yeah, the constants will stay the same. So I can pull those out. And I need to have my max luminance, my min luminance, and my exposure adjust. Which P adjust, I think probably comes from scale. No, it's not scale. What is that from? Is that time? Oh, we'll do it here. Post-process and tone map. It's probably here. Yes. And it's like near the end. Or no, it would be before the tone map. Before the glow? Auto exposure. Whoops. So it passes step. So step is auto exposure. Please. Auto exposure adjust speed times the delta. Do I have that? Do I have the delta? I have engine dot. This is on the render thread. Wait. Does render data give me... I don't get the time step. What? I just don't get the time step? Oh, it exists somewhere. Scene data time step is time step. Set time. Time step. Render scene renderer. Render data? Render scene data? Interesting. Render scene data extension. Okay. Data RD. Render data buffers. Wow. So I need the time step too. Let me see if there's render scene to render RD set time. Set time. Frame setup time. Render server draw frame step. Rasterizer begin frame rasterizer. Okay, that doesn't actually give me the frame time. Not actually. What was it, like P step? Wow, 100 uses of that. Set time. 300 uses of that. Set time with just that. Begin frame. Delta's frame step. Begin frame. This is definitely just another silly thing where for some reason they don't provide this value to you, even though they have it tracking. So, I mean, it is. Get view count is probably going to have the least stuff associated with it. Okay, 100 uses of that one. So let me try a different one. Get view eye offset. There we go, way less. Render scene data RD. And somewhere they have to say yeah. That's really weird. It's actually really weird. Did view eye offset override? Oh, I guess this render data. They override it and they have a time step. Yeah, I mean it's kind of dumb because it's right there. Time and time step are right there. But that kind of sucks that I have to kind of implement it like that, do I? I probably have to. Yeah. Alright, well I guess I'll just start here. Okay. Get view eye offset. Alright, so next spot is here. Alright, next one's here. What is it like? There's something that I can... Okay, he didn't complain to me about unknown, so... Time step. Alright. Get UI offset. So I need to write it here too. I guess I just copy it from here. Oh, this is a const override. It's up there, it's there, it's there, it's there. Not there. Okay. GD virtual. Yeah, it's gonna be the same thing as that. 0 RC. Time step, give UI offset, time step, time step, time step, time step. Now here. Just copy those lines. Dog has arrived. It's time for dinner, right? Yep. Get time step. That's it right there. Can I complete this quickly? Almost. Is all to write for that? Okay. I have to take care of the dog. guess I would write it there and then there too. So, yeah. We're just there, because it already exists there. Alright. I will be right back. I'm back. Alright, so this should be the last thing I have to do. Right. Let me look at everything here. So I see time step there. I see time step there. I see it there. I see it there. I see it there. See it there. 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 So those are the same spot actually. Alright. How do I do like write all? Write all changed buffers? Wow. Cool. Okay. And I mean, I'm sure that. Okay, let me double check. No, please. 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 Okay. So we just have scene data age, scene data that, and render scene data. All right. Cool. Run build. And I will quit. Sure. Bro, go sleep. I'm a long way from sleeping. But and I'm actually a long way from ending stream, so I got a while longer. I guess I'm nuts. Why does it compile everything again? I don't understand this. Does it only save if I do it like shortly after? I really need to find something to do when I just have nothing to do. But I don't know. All I can think of is like finding some kind of like small game I can just open up. I was gonna make an inappropriate joke, but the other voice in my mind said no. Well, I think you've said enough now. I think you've effectively said the joke. Render scene data, get time step. Okay, there we go. That's how I get there. Awesome. What does it even say when I can't even click it? Oh, yeah, it just says that. I wish I could actually open these. It's dumb that I can't, because I don't remember the order. Well, the exposure adjust is a oh my gosh. It's a multiplication of something. I guess I can do max and min luminance first. It's a float. At 8. Camera or attributes. Camera attributes would be render data, camera attributes, and I would do rendering server, get camera or camera attributes, get auto exposure min sensitivity. Is it? Yeah, I guess so. Max exposure, and then this one I gotta go figure out what it was again. Exposure adjust is p adjust, and I've closed the file. Okay. Post process and tone map. No. Luminance reduction. Step is exposure speed times time step. Exposure speed. Exposure, just speed, camera attributes, and then would multiply by render data, scene data, time step. Now I'm at 8, 12, 16, and then reserved. And this has to be 32 bytes, bits, bytes. Bits, bytes. Okay. So now I want to go back to this. And suddenly it's re-importing everything. All right. Cool. That all lines up there. And then they create... Okay, I guess I'm just going to pretty much go through this. So there's the image. Create compute. Or is it compute list begin? I'm just going to get rid of all that. Oh, and then I guess I also have to compile... Yeah, I have to figure out how to compile each shader individually. So I have 3 versions. Yeah, these are also RIDs. I guess I probably could just list them all out. So I have my... I guess I would just be making like a read shader and then a write shader. And then I would use the normal shader for the normal stuff. Okay. I'm just going to copy this in here because I don't remember how to do this ever. Oh, so I guess I have to... Oh, wait. Because when I load this file, it comes in as a shader RD file. So what I really want to do is load it as a text. And then load it as text. I don't remember how to do this. Because loading will do it through the import. Oh. Do resources need an import to be opened like that? Yeah, file access. I think I can probably do it by resource here still, probably. File access open. Go watch Smiling Friends. What is that? Let me just do uncultured? Dude. I'm not a big internet guy. I use it like it's a library. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? I'm trying to open this as a text file, but I would really like to use this load function, which for some reason didn't show up. Base path of the engine to load? What? Load resource. Simplified version which can be used for more advanced scenarios. Resource loader load. Maybe that's what I want. Type hint. Cool. That's what I want. I want resource loader.load and probably provide a type hint that says it's a string, which I would love to know. Anything that inherits from resource can be used as a type hint, for example, an image. Why is it a string though? I'm not going to get deep into lore facts, but Smiling Friends is one of Zach Hadel's best works. Why am I looking at Gemini? Text file resource. Ah. They call it text file, do they? Text file? Okay, well why do they write it like that? Text file. What about 4.4? Right, let's go to resource and see everyone that extends it. Why did they get rid of text file? Damn, they call text files by its logical name. What if I just give it an empty hint? What if I just go and look at the source code to find out what this does? They have JSON. You won't see Unreal Engine 3561. Yeah. Where was I at? I had a search open. Control F. Okay. I was gonna... No, never mind. Where's resource loader? Here we go. Returns an empty resource. It's an error. Convert text resources to binary. Will not be able to read converted files. Is that freaking Zen browser? What? My browser? It's Firefox. Resource format loaded. Dude. Why do they just... Why is it a string? That is so weird. Type hint is a string. Is that supposed to be like the extension? I actually have to go look. Where? Here. Please. Resource loader. Loader. Now I need to use LibreWolf. It's 5 times worse. Not Libra, Pale Moon. I'm just gonna stick with Firefox. Until I don't anymore. I don't know. Until they do something crazy. Load. Well, that's not it. What is all that? Resource. Hang on. Resource loader load. Why? Okay, what does it bind to? Huh? Bind methods, load. Resource format loader. Next one, and it doesn't exist. This is in core IO resource loader. I'm really confused. Do I have the right path type hint cache mode? Use Pillman for 1 hour and you'll be like... Okay. Yeah, I get that. So this is not... string bool int. Int. Why does this function have like 3 different signatures? Resource loader. It's probably gonna be like p type hint. Okay. Type hint. I found it. Recognize path. Okay. Recognize path. Okay. Return file access exists import. That's really funny, actually. Oh, this one has a real thing. Okay. I was gonna say it just straight up doesn't even look at your type hint. It just checks if there's an import. Resource format loader. If it's empty, otherwise get recognize extensions for type. I mean, I could have just wrote in like txt, which is what I thought it would be. And seen if that just worked. But I want to know for sure. Load pressed. Blank. Could I? No, I probably can't. I thought, could I just call it a JSON file and just load it in as text that way? Okay, how many places do you think do they write txt? A lot. Too many. 3,000 places. Alright, I can't find it. I'm just going to assume that. Well, it loads a resource. I mean, it loads it as a resource. So why did they get rid of text file? Why would they do that? I guess I can't do that. Because it's going to load it as a resource, and I don't see anything here that says text. Maybe to check how Godot outputs text, then a similar way it can read text. What if they have .txt? What about .txt? Ooh, file access open. I guess a test case is literally just opening the text. They literally just have it here. Well, alright, what do? They just open it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Funny. Yeah. Alright. Or wait, open gives me a file access, right? Resource, shader, auto exposure, and then read. Yeah, check file access. Dude, I just wanted to call load. I didn't want to do any of this, but they're making me do it this way. text, get as text, skip CR. Why would I do that? Carriage return? Returns the whole string if carriage return characters will be ignored, so only line feed characters. You dance according to the music. Was I dancing? I don't think I was. Sure, I'll skip those. Now I need to replace, I need to do this 3 times. Do they just have replace? Does it return a new string? Amazing. So I will do I need to have read texture, write lumen. Yeah, just write okay, sure. I'll leave the same names. Read texture, write luminance. So the basic shader code, or I guess I will do, how do I do this? Shader something, shader. Okay, they have an example of doing this in their post-process compute shader tutorial. Compositor is what I was looking for. I misspelled it. And I couldn't find it. The compositor, of course. So they run template shader replace, shader code as a string. They do shader source, language, source compute, and then they compile from source. Okay, I'm just gonna copy that. All right. So shader source, new source, shader compute will be, I guess I'll just name these or use comments for that. Normal shader. I think I call it defines. Version defines. I'll make this a constant, capital const. Cool. With nothing for the first one. And then that, and then I would just do shader. Compile from source, and then I would do shader create from. Okay. Wait, shader compile? Oh, no, yeah. I thought that was going to be like a one-line thing that I could do. I will do any printouts because if I get an error, then I just want to stop it. And then I guess I can just change this and then set this again. Is that what it's called? Retexture. Retexture and right luminance. I guess I should also make those constants up here at the top. And this should be read shader. And then the right shader. Shader code replace. And the right shader. So I do that, and then I think I just write, I guess I can move this back. Yeah. Go on BT dig and torrent all episodes. It's not just on YouTube. It's not just a YouTube show. And then of course I have to do pipeline create from the shader. Whoop. Pipeline. Compute pipeline create. Wait, is that what I'm calling? Compute pipeline? Yeah. Zach made it out of the hood. His show on TV. Tragic misspelling. Shader. Specialization. What even is this? I haven't seen this before. Specialization constants. Do not tell me that it's about to tell me that... What does this mean? Why is it not even documented? Specialization constants. Create additional variants of a shader without actually increasing the number of shader versions that are compiled. This allows improving performance by reducing the number of shader versions. I'm loading the shader this way so that I could do what they do, which apparently, they actually do it for me. I just didn't see. That's crazy. Constant ID. But how do I use this? Okay, well, I guess it actually doesn't work because I would still be using branching, so never mind. But constant ID. Okay, so they still don't really do that for me, but that would be maybe a good thing to have in the future. Yeah. It would be nice if they really fully exposed their method where they just pass in some defines, like a list of defines. Or not even a list of defines, they pass in a list of like strings, and then it automatically compiles a version for every single string you passed. They give you this weird one where you can set a constant value, but it's not documented. Like it doesn't even, they don't even mention, like you go here and it doesn't even mention this second value. Specialization constants, not even mentioned. They just give you an ID. I'm not sure how to use that. Is that all I do? That's how I make a shader. Now I need to free those. So if shader is valid, rad free RID. I guess I actually would only do that there. I have world open again. Big mistake. Have I been spamming? No. Fortunately, I was not spamming the log. It's the normal shader, the read shader, the write shader. I'll just say this. Perhaps I put it here. Okay. It's all loaded. It is starting to get dark and late. I'm going to leave this here for tonight and go ahead and end the stream. Because this was just super tedious stuff. This has been really, really tedious. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to do something else for a while now. But I'm going pretty far, so moon looks odd 10 hours later. Well, this will be a really big thing. Why does that keep happening? Because this is also going to go into having chromatic exposure, where the individual RGB channels will balance differently. So it'll give me more of a natural white balance. I just think that could be a really cool setup. Like I could have some interior that's really orange lights, and so when you walk outside, everything looks ridiculously blue. Or the opposite way around. You go inside this like blue room or something, and you come out and the whole world is orange. I think that would be really cool to set up. And then of course just auto exposure for the center of the screen. Like I said, I mean this was literally just, what is this shader? I mean, it was just adding like two lines of code. Which then I decided, let me go and make it my own compute shader, because then I don't have to wait for it to compile. But then I had to go and compile stuff to get data that this needs. Yeah, it is a bit annoying. It's been pretty annoying. But alright, that's it from me for today. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully to finish this. Definitely I will absolutely finish this tomorrow early. And then I don't even know what else. I don't even know what's next. What's after that? The moon and fog. The fog will be cool. I was thinking about having weather events that could happen day to day. Like maybe one day, like every day it just picks like a different effect to play. So maybe one day it's going to be really dense fog. Another day it'll be overcast. So all the lighting is like kind of flat looking. And darker. There was a really cool thing that happened recently where there's just thunderclouds or lightning, like just cloud lightning. And it was absurd how frequent the lightning was. You couldn't hear it. There was like no sound because it was just that high up. You could not hear the lightning. But it was just like, it was like a strobe light with how much lightning was going on. I understand how fog works. I hope I don't have to write the fog shader. I hope I don't have to do that. But I might end up doing that. Because I also need it to match the sky. So yeah, I'm actually going to throw out my own fog shader. But I don't need to look up how fog works. I'm just going to go with density, and I'm just going to have it pull the sky shader color. Because currently how it looks, now that I've closed it, currently how it looks is bad. I even wrote down that it looks bad. What is it? Looks bad, yeah. When I turn on the fog, it's like okay if it's like midday. Yeah, like this is okay, right? This fog looks fine. Because it's like, okay, you know, it's blending into the sky. It's alright. And I don't know why they don't allow you to have the sky influence the color of this. Everything else has, like, ambient and reflected light can come from the sky. There he goes, read 10 pages on Wikipedia, understand how fog works. You have to recompile Godot just to make fog work. I hope not. I already have the texture that I would need for this, which is just the sky texture. I would just read like a little bit above the horizon, I guess, and use that as my color. It looks fine here, right? But then once I put the sun down, I mean, I guess it still looks kind of fine, but really it would need to be... Did that come with change? I mean, really it would probably need to be more like... It's not setting, strangely. Right. Aerial perspective. So when I have it set to 1, it will actually read the sky color. But it's not really correct. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's actually close enough. But what I really want is, what I was really thinking is I would have this be more like here. Sky effect would be pretty low, or actually probably just 0. Yeah, probably just 0. And I would just be able to read the texture or the color from there. And I don't really know why density is actually so high. Probably because light energy just needs to come down. Yeah. But this would read the color from essentially the sky behind it, is what it would do. I can't actually color select because it just changes my whole screen to black when I do that. You know, this way it would look about like that. When you look this way, it would look more like that. Right? Probably more like that. A bit reddish. You know? So it would look way better. But yeah, aerial perspective kind of does it. I just think it doesn't do it well enough, and it doesn't really give me... I can't do anything with this. All I can do is set, like, the density. Another 0. Can I even do height here? Oh, I can do height. How does this work? Whoa. Okay. Is that correct? That just kind of feels a little strange. I guess I would need to see how you're supposed to use this. I don't know. I mean, I could probably just leave it as it is with sky, or not sky effect, aerial perspective being at 1. Maybe it's fine. I think it's probably going to be volumetric fog more than I need to do something with. Because that one, I think, was strange. I don't know. I only messed with this a little bit, so I probably have it... I don't know. I don't know. But sure, I mean, I guess for now the fog actually looks fine. I really shouldn't be messing with this. I said I was going to stop. Okay, well, I don't know. Bug's fine. Well, thanks for watching and chatting and rating. Very cool. I will be back tomorrow with more of this. It's really foggy in here. Why does it look like that? It's not foggy in here. Interesting. He is very gray. Oh yeah. Goodbye. That's it.